Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
I'd been doing so well, too. So very well. There we go. Isn't that better? I think it is, and ultimately, isn't that the only thing that matters? How is everybody doing today? Where in God's name is my mouse? There it is. I am so organized. It frankly causes me a little bit of jealousy for myself. I wish that I were as cool and collected as I obviously am. How are we doing tonight, folks? Metalcore Collectibles Data Nerds Scud 24 with the ever classic, ever new, ever fresh, never stale Thunderbutt Studios. How you doing today, Scud? There is Roland. Yeah, I like having Venger back as well. I do. I didn't get my nice little buttons set up timed properly. In retrospect, I should have kept the old setup. It was timed perfectly to the song, but I didn't think I'd be using it again, so it went kapoof, and I just gotta time it again. I've just got to time it again. Data Nerd, how are you doing today? Roland waving from behind his fisherman's platter. I'm assuming that is what? Huh? Where you at there, Roland? You having an early dinner? Fisherman's platter. It sounds, man, I could go for some seafood right now. I went to the hang on, I don't want to get my XLR cable tangled here. I went to the beer garden that I really started to enjoy before the pandemic recently, again, for the first time since everything closed down. And God, it's weird going out in public again. Like, it's good. I'm not saying it's a bad kind of weird. It's weird going out in public again and going to restaurants. And oh man, I hope things don't have to. I hope we don't have to go through another cycle of this. That's really my big takeaway from the news for the last few days. Just watching the way things are going in some states. I'm like, man, I really hope that the dumbest among us do not force us to go through any more of this, and yet there seems to be very little we can do to stop them from forcing us through that. Bear with me a moment. I'm going to be gluing down a piece of what's it called? Parchment paper to my little cardboard palette here so we can do a little bit of oil painting. Word to your mother, Trotsky. Word to your mother. In the best possible way, of course. How you doing today, Trotsky? 30 seconds late today, channel name is now legally changed to Wonder Bread Studio, and all creative controls to be turned over to Chaotic Harmony. That's like an actual nightmare of mine, I think. Turning creative control over to Chaotic Harmony? Oh my god. Can you imagine the shitfest that would ensue? You're probably imagining it right now. And in truth, your imagination is probably better than it actually would be. It's one of those ideas that sounds better than it actually is, I think. White Wolf, thank you so much for that resub. And White Wolf, on a personal level, thank you so much for all of your support. For the duration of this stream and each and every stream that I have, White Wolf, you are an institution around here and a valued one. Hope things are going well for you. 100 Kingdoms from Thunder. Yeah, the 100 Butts should obviously be the name of my 100 Kingdoms army.
Tremble before the 100 Butts of Thunderhead.
A good or bad institution? Well, you know, good and bad are really, they're two sides of the same coin, aren't they? And due to, you know, simple facts of the duality of man, the complexity of who we are, some days we're good, some days we're bad. Some days, I'm an unlikable asshole. And on those days, I almost inevitably fire up my stream. Yeah, here it comes. I can guess every single joke that's about to land after saying that one. And guess what? None of them are funny. None of them are funny. Look up for the fisherman's platter. A pound of fried shrimp, a pound of fried haddock fillets, fries, hush puppies, coleslaw. That does sound like a decent meal right there. Oh, that reminds me of something. I gotta do this this time before they close. I'll do it in a minute. I'll do it in a minute. We have time. We have 4 hours. It's just that the place I want to get food from closes right about the time that the stream is going to be closing out, and I want to make sure I've got my order in this time. So I've got something to look forward to at the end of this stream other than just a shower and a beer. Other than that, God, my life is so terrible. All I get are hot showers and beer. Woe is me. Heretic Scott, I'm really, really excited to delve into the Storm Report tonight. I glimpsed into it briefly as I was setting up the stream, and I got a peek at what Heretic Scott has posted up, and I'm really, really excited to see the latest progress on his Chaos Marines. I can't control my eyes, Metalcore Collectibles. Furthermore, there has never been any agreement, no agreement on any level that I would not look in the Storm Report before we run it. That has never been a thing. Not even when it was just getting off the ground, when it was just starting. It was never a thing. I don't always... No, that's not true either, Data Nerd. I don't always peek. I sometimes peek, and there's a very big difference. Notably, the difference between always and sometimes turns into toe meals. Oh God, you have to toe that whole thing? No, it's 2 meals. It's 2 meals. I know, Roland. And yeah, I could believe that. That is a lot of shrimp and haddock, my friend. But I'm not a big seafood guy. Which you may think is funny because I'll talk on the stream. I'll be like, "Oh, I can't wait to go to the sushi place next week." And yeah, I do love sushi, but it's one of the only forms of seafood that I really get excited about. I enjoy a good fish and chips. I enjoy almost anything from the sea fried, but then if we're being honest, I enjoy almost anything from land fried. So I don't know that really counts as enjoying seafood in air quotes. I think that's just enjoying fried foods in general. I'm not saying that it's bad, Vergatoring. I'm not saying I dislike seafood. It's just like, it doesn't excite me. I never find myself sitting around thinking, man, I could really go for some salmon. I'll eat salmon if it's put in front of me. I'll enjoy salmon if it's well prepared, but I don't, think about it outside of someone presenting it to me. Alright, let's get this glued down. I have done a fairly major overhaul on my desk in the last few days that needed doing. I've been getting a whole lot of work done on the new Hextech Air and Spaceport set. That is so close to being ready to go, it's disgusting. As in, I should be sending the files off to Steel Warrior Studios inside of the next 48 hours. There were 1 or 2 things that needed some correction this weekend after I got test printing done. But this is why I do test printing. This is why I do the test printing. Can you imagine how embarrassed I'd be to fire off files to Steel Warrior, sell it to you fine people, and then find out that I fucked something up? I know, because I've done it before, and we now seek to avoid that in all cases. I'm peeling off some of my old parchment paper before I glue this one down. I'm really glad that Steel a Rebel showed me this method of doing a palette for oil paints, because also earlier today I cleaned off one of my porcelain palettes that just had oil paint crusted on it for the last month. And God, that's a shitty process. It's just all kinds of scrubbing. On the other hand, it does teach you just how... This is one of the nice things about oil paints too, is once they dry, they're almost indestructible. I know this because I put some on porcelain of all things, and I had to scrub it with my full arm strength to get it off. Lobster's my favorite. Now, I enjoy a good sea bug. Don't get me wrong. I love lobster. I love crab. But for whatever reason, I'll never be sitting around thinking I need to have a meal. Oh, I'll go have some seafood. I'll think of a lot of things before I think of that. But I do like sea bugs, generally speaking. That's the thing. It's not like there's any seafood that I particularly dislike. I like most forms of fish in most forms of preparation. I enjoy raw oysters. I enjoy, as mentioned, sea bug, crustaceans, crabs, lobsters. It's more just noting that I know there are people out there who get really excited, oh boy, we get to have some seafood this month. Oh boy, we just got some new fish. I don't know. Never really grabbed me, which is odd. I was born in Florida. You would think that I would have more of an affinity for it. And then for whatever reason, I will get really excited about getting to go to the sushi bar and eat like a whole lot of raw fish. I don't know what the difference is exactly. Choose red meat over seafood any day, Heretic Scott. Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I would still take like a nice, rare, dry-aged ribeye over even pretty good sushi. Project R Fox never had lobster? Ooh, man. You are missing out in that case. Lobster's pretty amazing. It's like the veal of the seafood world. Actually, no, that would be soft-shell crab, I think. If that's a really dark comparison to make. Never had crab either. Oh. Soft-shell lobster. Is that a thing? I mean, I guess that makes sense that would be a thing. They have to molt like crabs, don't they? Because all soft-shell crab is finding a crab in the process of molting and regrowing its shell where its shell is still soft. Which... You know, I had to explain that to one of my parents inside of the last year. They had soft-shell crab once in, like, their whole life, like 30 years ago, and they got it at a restaurant, and they got a bad one. Where it was like, there was some crunch to it. The shell had started to harden. And then they just decided, I don't like soft-shell crab, without really knowing what was up, or the fact that they had gotten the bad one. Or, as I discovered upon asking this, even what the hell it was, or why it was soft. I was confused by that. Fresh bottle of glue. I guess they just thought it was like some special breed of crab? I don't really know. Don't mind me just gluing this down here. No interest to try it. Have had shrimp. Really about it. What sounds appetizing to me? A pizza. How about shrimp on pizza? Actually, no. I've never been one for putting seafood on pizza. I'm a pretty simple palate, pizza-wise. I tend to default to like a good cheese pizza or a good pepperoni pizza. That's not to say I won't eat more complex things than that, but a good pepperoni pizza. There's something to be said for that. Isn't it illegal to harvest lobsters during the molting period? I don't live in the Northeast, so I couldn't possibly tell you. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there are some restrictions, but not bans. Lobster brie pizza with white sauce. See, I'd try that. It's not that I don't like complex pizza or rich pizza. I would try that if it was offered to me, but I probably wouldn't think of it myself. I'm boring food-wise. Like, I'll eat almost anything, but if you ask me what I want for dinner, I'll choose one of like 3 things, and on that list, I might just be like, hot dogs! Bring me some hot dogs! Slice off the excess here. This glue set for a minute so I don't mess up my work surface. Lunchbox on that 3-month streak. Lunchbox 79. How you doing today, man? Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the subscription. You guys. Twitch has been such an interesting adventure so far, and one that I can definitely go through lulls where I'm not as excited about streaming as I am on other days, but it just keeps coming around. I keep having these bursts, and I'll tell you what, breaking it down to its core elements here, the stream, the initial purpose of it was just to ensure that I was sitting down and working, getting things done at least 3 times a week, sometimes twice a week, depending on what my schedule looks like. And I will tell you right now, I would have fallen off painting entirely over the spring and summer this year with all the shit that I still have to do outside. God, don't remind myself of that. I would have fallen off painting entirely if not for this stream, getting me to just sit down and do some painting. Heretic Scott, thank you so much for your subscription as well, my friend. Heretic Scott, you are a fucking great painter, man. fucking great painter. And can we please get a shout out, by the way, for Punexpected Painting and Heretic Scott, two amazing painters who you can catch right here on Twitch on their own channels from time to time. Alright, let's transition to our next screen. We've got a few things to do before we actually start painting, but we can talk about and show a few things off at the same time. It's true, I can't. I can't make you. But I appreciate you doing it anyway, Project Dark Fox. Up there on the top right today, you are going to be seeing a brand new 3D printer. It's not an Ender 3, the label is inaccurate. That is an Elegoo Neptune 2 that I have printing up there. I got it set up day before yesterday. I have successfully printed one thing on it that taught me a couple of lessons about how I need to do this new terrain set that I am working on. I got super glue on my fingertip here. So this is an interesting piece, isn't it? So PETG is an interesting material that it became clear to me as I printed this that doing this entire thing. So the idea was to print the base of this pillar and then this whole pillar and its cap all as one solid PETG piece. And then the idea was that I could put a tea light in the bottom and light it up, and then I could paint the edges, and it would have like this eerie red glow from inside. It's not as viable as I'd hoped due to some of the internal geometry. The light doesn't travel up the full length of it. That's something that I'm going to work on later. And the other problem is that PETG is flexible. Like if you look, you can see a little bit of and it's not breaking. It's just flexing. PETG has significantly more flex than PLA does, and as a result, by the time it got to the top of this thing, with its connection at the bottom, the head would drag on it, and it would go boing, 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 back and forth, and the top was printing real ugly as it got to the top support. So, what you see printing there is just the base of one of these columns, and then down, because that actually lights up really well. The base lights up really well with the T-Light Void, and then this is printing on my PLA spooled printer, my Ender 3 on the shelf below it. And the idea is I'm going to combine the two, so we'll have an internally lit base with a PLA column that sits on top. Put a hole down the middle and ran a string of lights, it would be better. Where were you like fucking yesterday when I was coming up with this idea, Vergata? Oh my god, LA Sublime Port 776, welcome in, man. How you doing today? Ah, shit, that's a good idea. Well, okay. The idea here is that I'm trying to make pieces which you can light using simple off-the-shelf tea lights. And I think this is a good idea, because, like, okay, you can light anything if you really want to, but I'm trying to make things that are just, like, dumbass simple. Like, buy this, order this thing off Amazon, stick it in there, flip the switch, move on with your day, it's lit. Because not as many people want to go to the trouble of actually running their own lights. So the idea is to create terrain pieces that anyone can light with essentially no effort at all. Do I need a dev team? Just Data Nerd, that is legitimately something that I could use. And I know that you guys are always volunteering to help me with this sort of thing, but I'm reluctant to put you to too much work when I'm not actually paying you. And I know that you're willing to help me with this sort of thing, but I'm really pushing right now to reach a point where I can just have a few people getting paid a little bit of money regularly to help me out with this. I think I have that kind of Vergata, link me what you use, man. Because I'm also working with very limited spaces, and I know that you have done some things in some very tight spaces. I'd be interested to know specifically what sets it is that you're using. Either way, I think it's going to look cool because So the base looked like this, the first one did. And I reduced it a little, fairly significantly. I reduced the size and cleaned up the design of these side spurs, but it's still like this triangular. You can see where it connected on there, and that's where it got weak. I also widened its connection point a little bit. but this shape here lights up beautifully with the T-light inside of the red PETG. So this portion is going to be actually lit with like a flicker light, and then this portion is going to be solid like stone, and even that, I think, is worth the effort. But I am open to new and fresh ideas. I'm really happy with how this design actually came out. This was fun to do once I figured out exactly what angles I needed. Yeah, let me click on this. Go ahead and... No shit, really? It's a 12-pack. Each one is individual. Each one is 7 feet. But they're just real narrow lights. Okay. Well, that changes things, actually, somewhat interestingly. Shit. Shit. Okay, fine. I'm gonna order some of those, and I'm gonna see what I can't do with some more advanced lit-up pieces. The more and more I'm trying to produce pieces that you can easily light. I had that thought too. Okay, so this terrain set that is currently being developed, I have about 5 pieces this piece is ready to print. This is why I'm testing it right now, and I have about 5 more pieces that are in the works. It's going to be composed of a number of columns like this. There are a few arrangements of 2 columns. There is a raised platform with a throne on it that has 2 of these columns flanking it, spinning in opposite and opposing directions. That was redundant. There's a mausoleum entrance, there are some futuristic pews. The whole idea of this set is that it is going to be space cult themed, and as a result I am drawing inspiration from all of my favorite space cults. So yes, there is going to be some Unitologist influence, there is going to be some Brotherhood of Nod influence, there's going to be some influence from the Eternus Continuum, from Warcaster, who is the primary, that's what I'm going to use the terrain with myself. But the idea is going to be that pieces like this, the columns, sort of imply the existence of a ceiling on the play area. It's going to be like an internal terrain set, and I'm excited about this one. I've had this idea for a while, and recently I was just struck with the inspiration to actually work on it. So yeah, if you see pieces that remind you of Unitologist stuff, it's because I'm a horribly unoriginal bastard, and I'm just going to be smashing all the space cults together until I wind up with something that works for 28mm gameplay. I can't, I'm sure that the Dead Space remake, reboot, remaster is going to be excellent, and it's going to be very playable. I can't do it, though. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to give money to Electronic Arts after what they did to Visceral Games. It's not fair. It's not fair. They killed Dead Space, and then they waited for Capcom to figure out that, hey, if we redo things like Resident Evil 2, they'll give us more money. And now that someone else has proven the economic viability of that risk, and EA doesn't have to take any risk whatsoever, now they're going to stuff the corpse of Dead Space and parade it around and make us pay to enjoy it, and I can't get on board with that, you guys. Now, me not buying it isn't going to change a goddamn thing. And I wouldn't dream of encouraging you to not enjoy something that you're looking forward to. So go out, get the game, play it, enjoy it. Particularly if you didn't play Dead Space 1 the first time around, it's totally going to be worth it. It's still a great game, and with some graphical and gameplay updates, it's going to be truly magnificent. The only major drawback being, of course, that it is being made by the fucking devil. Hey, Nivik Eats Paint, how you doing today, man? Yeah, the Electronic Arts is doing, in the spirit of Capcom's Resident Evil 2 remake? What do they call that? A remaster? Not sure. Let's not get too deep into what DP could possibly stand for, guys. This is a family-friendly, in theory, kind of stream, maybe? Oh. Just shouting Dr. Pepper today, eh, Roland? What I want is a spiral like that, but with larger areas that can use vertical farm building for Battletech. That's an interesting idea. Actually, you know what? I can't promise you I'm going to make something like that, but if you would type that idea up for me on Discord, I would take a look at it in the near future. ODP, Dr. Pepper. Oh, yeah, I should be paying attention to my own chat, maybe. All right, let me finish this coffee. All right, I'll be right back. We'll get going. All right. Colonel Matthew Steiner. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. How's that mech painting working out for you? Pretty damn good, according to your Instagram feed, I have to say. I have a cocktail, which is 1/2 cream stout and half Dr. Pepper. Huh. I'm just going to take your word for it that it's good. I'm just going to take your word for it that it's good. Tonight I am going to be drinking the last of this particularly delightful sour that I picked up the other day. I assume this has to be pronounced like, maybe not freak. Freak? Freck? Free? I don't know how else to pronounce that. The freak. Raspberry cherry sour. Aged in oak barrels. From Odell Brewing in Fort Collins, Colorado. I've had a few of these already, and they are delicious. Really good. It's sour that I had on Sunday. Or not Sunday, sorry, Thursday. I can't drink that all the time. Like, that sour is like, you feel it. You know when you drink something real tart, and you can feel it in the back of your jaw, like everything tightens up real bad? That's how tart those New Belgium special editions are. I only get those once in a while. This is much more drinkable. Ton of stealthy tigers tonight. Hell yeah. We gonna get to see some of those, Colonel Matthew Steiner? I hope so. Friendly reminder for everyone in chat to take any bowls, bottles, plates, cans they have in the room back to the kitchen before they forget. We should actually make that a regular reminder, because that's something that I need reminded of periodically. I don't have a particular problem with leaving things in my office until they, attract native wildlife, but every now and then I'll notice a bowl or something that I had chips in or whatever that has been sitting there for at least 24 hours. I'm bad about that. Alright. Get my porcelain palette out. We're going to be working on a fresh set of 4 men-at-arms tonight, bringing us damn close to being done with this initial unit. We'll have a couple more trays of them upcoming soon as I upgrade this force from skirmish to full-size. Mannix the Lemur, and a very fine hello to you, too. Some of my white spirits over here. So the miniature minutes, as I have finally decided to call them, will be getting started at the beginning of August. So in 1 week, we will be having because next Sunday, right, because this upcoming Saturday is the 31st of July. We're going to be having a movie night. I will be posting the choices for that tonight, and I'll make sure I ping everybody who is in our movie watch group on the Discord. And then we'll have another stream August the 1st. And from that point on, I will be tracking my hobby progress and the amount of time that I'm spending through the month. I think it's a good time to get started because we're entering mid-summer, not even really late summer yet. But I should have some more time to spend at the paint desk, and I would like to get a handle on how much time I'm spending specifically so that I can compare individual model times between oils and acrylics. I think that'll be interesting. What happened to my painting canvas? There they are. Oh, it went quite well, Manix the Lemur. Quite well indeed, and I am hoping inside of August that I will be able to share my gaming table with a lot of you. Ideally, I will, by the end of August, have the game room set up so that I can run some streams from out there. And we should be getting started with something, just something fairly simple. I think we might do a stream of, like, Battle Lore or something that's grid-based that we could play. I'm fine with calling it late summer. I fucking hate summer. I'm so ready. Guys, I can't even tell you how excited I am to get into the fall and winter. I have so much more hobby time in the fall and winter. I think that's true of a lot of us. I'm really, really hoping that we don't end up launching back into another series of, frankly, fucking idiotic lockdowns. Thanks to certain people out there who can't seem to get their shit together. But should they, at the very least, we'll have this stream, we'll have our painting, we'll have Twitch, we'll have each other. Alright, got my reds. There's my Terra Rosa, my browns over here, my black and my white. Just making sure that I am organized enough to actually get started here. I just want it to snow again. Yeah, I want all the bugs to die again. That's my favorite thing about that time of year. All the insects die, and I don't have to worry about them, because right now I'm done dealing with them. I'm done. Like, I'll keep doing it, but I'm not happy about it. Just making myself some little color groups here so that I ideally won't lose anything tonight. There's my Payne's Gray. It was at the back. Of course it was. The one that I really wanted. Okay. I like when the bugs are out because that means I can kill them myself. A little bloodthirsty, sewer creature? I try to leave spiders alone. I hate them. I hate them with the sort of passion that can only be inspired by a visceral fear of everything that they are, even though I know they're not particularly bad. I was born with a component of my soul that reacts very poorly to them, and as a result, I have a sort of treaty with all of spider kind. It's really very simple. I don't see them, and I don't kill them. And when they violate that treaty, unfortunately, they do have to die, though I try to leave them alone as much as I can, because I know they're very, very helpful. They really are. Naples Orange. I do not have that one pun-expected painting. I've very recently fallen in love with Terra Rosa. It's particularly opaque, and I like that about it. I'm searching for more of these colors that are particularly opaque, because they're just easier to put down sort of a base with. I'm glad to hear that, Roland. That's exciting as hell. Feel on the hobby time. Done nothing since spring until now. Fall will be Big Mac energy, and that's kind of why I'm looking to start the miniature minutes around then, Colonel Matthew Steiner. And if you felt like participating, you're always welcome to. It sounds like more than it is. All it really is logging your hobby time for personal use. If you want to share it, you want to brag about it, that's fine. We can do that. But all we're really going to be doing, according to the mission statement, is logging them for our personal use. It's something I've wanted to do myself for a while. I need to adjust the thermostat really quick. Give me 30 seconds. We'll be right back. To be fair, that's a pretty short break, White Wolf. Alright, so on these guys, I did red last time. We're going to do green today. And I'm going to start with sap green. Never for profit, only when I feel like it. And 3, no pressure. Yeah, I find that these rules, I have a similar set of goals for myself, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Like, people ask me periodically about whether I do commission painting, and I give everyone pretty much the same answer, which is like, rarely if I'm really fired up by a project, and even then, probably not. I did commission painting for a couple years, and it was good. Everybody that I did commission painting for was ultimately satisfied by it. I don't like doing it, though. It's, I don't know. As soon as I start implementing deadlines like that and introduce other people that I can disappoint besides myself, it's like I shut down creatively. Some people seem to really thrive on it. That's great. I just don't. Yeah, I prefer to, like, give things away. Or, I don't even, like, for a while after that, I transitioned into painting minis as part of groups and then selling those. And even that made me sad. I don't like selling or getting rid of models that I have painted. I like giving them as gifts or doing paint jobs as favors to people. But I don't know. I'm not a very good businessman, I think is what it might come down to. It seems just possible. Hang on, I want this up here where I have easy access to my palette. How you doing today, Hathrier? I see you there. I see you there. Let's thin this green out just a little bit before we get started. The initial glaze on these minis was done over a week ago, so it'll be interesting to see how it takes fresh oil paints. We'll find out. Mucho painting today. I'm glad to hear that, Hathrier. We both got a fair bit of painting to get to. Very similar hobby goals at the moment, maybe because we developed them alongside one another. One of us has to finish something. Ooh. I feel quite attacked. Maybe because I am, explicitly. Okay, doesn't have much fabric on him at all. Let's go to the next one. I think I've seen a brown recluse with my own eyes, but I'll be damned if I let that stop my crusade. Hell yeah, kill them all. Let Loth sort them out. Is that still a thing? I heard recently that Dungeons & Dragons is attempting to kind of dial back their position on the drow. And I don't dislike the initiative. As long as I can remember, the drow have been just, like, nonsensically villainous. And I know that we've had a drow hero in the form of Drizzt Do'Urden for a long, long time, but he was always unique in the fact that it's like, hey guys, he's not a complete asshole all the time for no reason, and he doesn't worship spiders, and then, like, that set him apart. The very fact that that was unique about him says that the rest of the drow were pretty underdeveloped. In terms of genuine mini painting, I haven't done much, but I did make my first successful custom-evolved action figure I found in a box. Ooh, sewer creature. What'd you make? What'd you make? And what'd you make it out of? Moving away from races being monolithic. Yeah, I mean, they shouldn't be, logically. Like, even the notion that an entire race, an entire species is defined by one set of traits is, like, not a good message to send, just broadly speaking. And I understand the argument of, like, it's a fantasy universe, just let there be good guys and bad guys, but I don't know, I don't think there's anything wrong with moving on from that kind of simplistic thinking. Certainly opens up the design space quite a lot when you're like, I want to write a story about drow, and nobody says they have to be evil and worship spiders. They don't, and they don't. Yeah, Captain Planet villain level dummy. Yeah, they were just like, let's sacrifice some babies because we find it fun because of how we were born. I never got into Eberron, Roland. I remember when it was new, and I remember when it was taken off, and I just never really got that into it. It's kind of interesting, because I do remember when Eberron started. I remember thinking a few concepts in it were neat, like the Warforged and the Dragonkin and whatnot. For whatever reason, I just never really... I don't know. I haven't really played strictly Dungeons and Dragons since, like, the early 2000s, honestly. Been into every setting other than that. But D&D endures regardless. How you doing today, to Square? Had to choose between Eberron or Iron Kingdoms. I chose wisely, but what choice did you make, Painted Ogre? Oh, pun expected, yeah. It's an artifact from a bygone age at this point. It's simplified. Like, honestly, I've never really liked the way the alignment system interacted with actual gameplay. Having to choose your actions based on an arbitrary rubric has always felt pretty silly to me. But I never felt particularly strongly about it. I'm just sort of glad that things are shifting as we move forward. Year-long campaign in Eberron that was basically Babylon 5's 5-year arc, like the Shadow War and everything. That could be fun. Speaking of Babylon 5, I'm watching Star Trek Enterprise yesterday, and the one random episode with Andreas Katsoulis, that's his name, right? Who plays Jakar, comes on. I so rarely see him not in the Jakar makeup, because that's like the one thing I watch that he was in. This is an interesting episode. I'd forgotten a lot of the early seasons of Enterprise until I started rewatching them again. That one's kind of funny, because it's just like, hey, look at this completely ideal race that all of humanity will totally love, and we completely get along. Oh, but they've kind of got slaves, a little bit, sorta. I mean, really, they have a third gender, and they have issues with gender roles, but essentially what it boils down to is they're ideal in every way, except that they view a third of their not a third of their population, because the third gender makes up 3% of their population, but they view 3% of their population as essentially just breeding slugs, which is weird. Had a really ambiguous message on that one, too. Spicy take on Dark Elves. Want to see more acknowledgement of the absolute towering genius of Bethesda and the Dunmer. Yeah, the Dunmer are among the best of the Dark Elves. That, and, you know, Vardenfell is objectively the best setting in all of Elder Scrolls, and you can feel free to fight me on that one. Oh, I guess we're fighting now. I guess that's what's happening. Ah, fuck the Shivering Isles. With the exception of Cliff Racers. Okay, Cliff Racers were fucking annoying. You're not wrong there. I played Shivering Isles, I just like Vardenfell better. I think I've played every Elder Scrolls game except for Arena. I think I have. Admittedly, it has been a damn long time since playing such entries as Daggerfall, but I think that Morrowind may be like my all-time favorite gameplay experience of almost any RPG ever. I don't even think I'm really exaggerating when I say that. Well, Oblivion was an interesting game to be there at the release, because when I played Oblivion the first time, it had just released along with the Xbox 360, and my buddy JT he had one. He had one on release night. We got it, we took it to his house, we had the basement all slotted for ourselves for a whole weekend. We set it up, and we just played Oblivion. Because, I mean, like, looking at it now, it's easy to pick out the problems with Oblivion. It's easy to say how full of bugs it is, how goofy the facial animations are, how terrible a lot of the dialogue is. It is riddled with problems. But it's hard to capture that generational shift, though, if you weren't there. And even if you were there, it's hard to... Like, you just kind of have to remember, like, what did we have before? What was my perception of gaming at the time? How was this different? Because at the time, it was simply amazing because it did so many things that other games had not been doing. And we were taking such a big leap forward, graphics and gameplay-wise, particularly for consoles. So I still have fond memories of Oblivion because of that weekend, because of staying up for 48 hours playing those stupid quests. And yeah, by the end of it, some of the issues with the game had already popped out and become obvious. Like, hey, every time I level up, the bandits get better stuff, until eventually I'm like, let's go fight these bandits in this cave, and they all have glass armor, and what the hell is going on? But it was still fun. It was all about the experience. It's hard to recommend now because there are objectively better games in exactly the same style, hell, even series out now. But at the time, it was something special. I feel the same way about Mass Effect 1. I still haven't played Mass Effect Legendary Edition, though I hear there are some really, really good things about it. And I've heard a lot of criticism lately about the original Mass Effect, and I just have to be like, you know, it was really about the time and the place, man. It was pretty amazing at the time. We didn't have a lot of games to compare it to. Still love being killed by mountain lions no matter what level you were. And to be fair, mountain lions are some mean motherfuckers. Personally, I was more of a Fallout guy, so I never picked up the Elder Scrolls. To this day, I've not touched Oblivion. I consider myself a Fallout guy as well, Sewer Creature, but not to the exclusion of fantasy games. Like I said, I really think that Morrowind may have been my all-time best role-playing game experience ever. I fucking loved Morrowind. I played that game way too much. I remember me and my buddy sitting down and just... You get the right spell, you get the Feather Fall, Soft Fall, Slow Fall, whatever the spell is called, and you save those scrolls of Icarian Flight, and then start using them to traverse the map. The scrolls that you find at the beginning of the game when the guy falls from the sky. Good times. I love that you even could do that. Absolute favorite RPG is obviously Fallout New Vegas. I think Fallout New Vegas may be the best Fallout game that was ever made, and I say this like... I played Fallout 1, I played Fallout 2, I played Fallout Tactics. I was there for those. I was there when Fallout 3 came out, and we were like, oh my god, it's in 3D. I played Fallout 4. I've played all of the Fallout games that matter at this point. I haven't touched 76. New Vegas is some of the best writing in the entire series. Absolutely some of the best, most comprehensive writing you'll ever encounter in Fallout. Speaking of Fallout, I've been playing a game for the last few days that kind of reminds me of it. I don't know if you guys have played the Metro series. I didn't play Metro Last Light. I played Metro 2033 when it released, and then I kind of ignored the franchise from that point on, but Metro Exodus came out as part of a Humble Monthly. I forget that I have Humble Monthly for like 4 months, and then I go back and I download a bunch of stuff. And Metro Exodus is really good so far. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel can suck my ass. I never liked that game. Just taking off some of my excess green here, and I'm going to start mixing in some other colors. Let's go around and base coat my linen areas, and by base coat I really mean just mix in, I think, a little bit of burnt sienna, and then some yellow and some white will get me where I'm trying to get. Yeah, I'm really enjoying Exodus. Next Metro game is going to have multiplayer. Okay, I haven't finished Pillars of Destiny. I like the writing in it, but I haven't gotten that deep into the game. Pillars of Destiny... Was it Pillars of Destiny or Pillars of Eternity? Either way, Pillars. And then Tyranny. Have you guys played Tyranny? Because I got that one recently, and I've really been enjoying it. Yeah, I kind of like the themes, Heretic Scott. I kind of like the themes of... Oh, I already have some sienna out. I should use that. I kind of like the themes of Mass Effect 1 better than the themes of Mass Effect 2 and 3. But, you know, Mass Effect 2 and 3 had to really bring the story together, so I don't blame them for what they did with it. Playing Disco Elysium right now, bringing back fond memories of all those 90s isometric RPGs. I played the first... No, I'm thinking of Hotline Miami. You said Disco Elysium, and I thought Hotline Miami. I haven't played Disco Elysium. I have seen it, but I have not played it. All my leather and my linen with my burnt sienna here. Yeah, I've been enjoying Tyranny. I need to pick it back up before and finish the game before I lose track of the story, but I really like... I don't know, I like games where they put you in the role, like in Mass Effect 1, where it's like, you're a Spectre, you gotta go do lawman stuff. Tyranny is similar, where it's like, you have a job, you fulfill a role as part of your base inclusion in the story, and so you can kind of roleplay as like an arbiter of justice. It's interesting. Really enjoying Metro Exodus, though. Again, I did not play Last Light, so what I did was I just got online and looked up, like, what the fuck happened in Last Light anyway? I think they have a good mixture in this one of pseudo-open-world RPG with linear storytelling. I just got to the second big open-world area. I don't really want to talk about the details of it, because in case people haven't played it, there's definitely some storyline spoilers that you want to just enjoy. Yeah, Mass Effect 3 definitely had some problems. I really liked Mass Effect Andromeda. I thought Mass Effect Andromeda had a lot of potential that ultimately went unrealized. It made me kind of sad. It got shit on right out of the gate, and I don't think it was particularly fair, but since when has that ever stopped anyone? Played Disco Elysium, first game in a long time, or I'd come home from work and just play for a while. Dave's mini art, fantastic to see you, Dave. How you doing today? Let me ask you a question, chat. Have you guys heard of a game called Elderborn? Because as I said, I've been going through my Humble Monthly, which is such a great program, and I'm glad that I got grandfathered into that one on the old pricing model because I've had their monthly subscription option for a long time. Again, I forget about Humble Monthly for like 6 months at a time, and then I go back and I just download a bunch of games and try them out. See if I find something I really, really like. And, Elderborn is really good. I had never heard of this game. I think it came out a year ago. And Elderborn is like... It's my understanding it's not very long. I wouldn't know, I haven't beaten it yet. It's the first game I've seen since Doom 2016 where somebody was obviously like, this game fucking rules, let's do this. And they did it right, because it's basically Doom, like Doom 2016, but Conan the Barbarian themed. Like, it's not actually set in, like, you know, the Hyborian adventures or any of that bullshit. It's not actually... legally Robert E. Howard's Conan, but it's fucking Robert E. Howard's Conan. It's more Conan than the Conan game that's out. It's like, there's a fucking world, and in that world is a bizarre electrical storm in the sky at all times, and a city of dark wizards harnessed it. And then the city went quiet for 100 years, and now you must go into the city and put your fucking fist through the face of every undead son of a bitch who has ever wielded a battle axe. And the game's like, yep, okay, go do it. Go, have fun. It's like a hack and slash version of Doom 2016. It has its own original soundtrack, which is just completely fucking metal and is actually really good. I've been having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, Roland, if you enjoy Conan, like classic Conan, you would love Elderborn. It is more Robert E. Howard's Conan than it is John Milius's Conan. Don't get me wrong, I love both. And a very good morning to you as well, Mafik. think I'm necessarily missing anything that I definitely want to hit here. Okay, move on to the next one. Oh yeah, Roland, you would definitely enjoy Elderborn then. Because it's the whole, you know, Conan, blasted earth, dark wizards, and tribesman barbarian aesthetic. But it's applied to an incredibly bloody first-person shooter slasher game. I would think Kull the Conqueror rather than Krull, for Godorong. I think Krull, I don't really think Conan. Krull is almost more sci-fi than fantasy. For God's sake, Krull literally opens with a spaceship landing on Earth and guys with laser guns attacking fantasy barbarian men. Herculoids! Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. No, not the fucking Herculoids. Still hazy after a long game night. What were you playing, Mafik? Issue was the plot of imperialism / cultural assimilation bad villains in Ket, while the Andromeda Initiative's howdy neighbor, we're from the galaxy next door. We're living here now. We brought a fast-breeding, aggressive warrior species with us, and we didn't think you about... Okay. To Square, I'm not going to sit here and claim that the plot of Andromeda is perfect. I just like the direction that it was going in more than I like the direction of Mass Effect 2 and 3. It felt to me like a return to Mass Effect 1, which I was all in favor of, because I feel like Mass Effect 1 got just dropped completely in favor of the Reaper storyline, which was never that interesting to me. I liked the individual Reaper characters. I thought both Sovereign and Harbinger were very cool. But I always thought that the overall storyline was maybe a little silly. When I first played Mass Effect 1, I remember thinking, it's like Star Trek, but slightly more believable, and I wanted more of that, and it got away from that so fast it's crazy. And then Andromeda was kind of a return to the Star Trek campiness. And then it was, in true Star Trek fashion, you know, fucking canceled. Just like Enterprise, oh no! World of Tanks, and of course there's an event for getting free premium German super heavy tanks. Nice. Most people either don't know about Krull or react very negatively. People don't like Krull? Who? I can't... I'm trying to think of any time in my life I've met someone who's been like, ugh, Krull sucks. Most people I know like Krull. It's got Liam Neeson in it when he was like 13 and he still looked like a 38-year-old man. Huh, that's not been my experience. Elderborn guys also have a turn-based isometric Dune/Alien shooter called Jupiter Hell. I'm gonna have to look this up, because I've really been enjoying Elderborn. It's not like the most amazing game anybody's ever made, but it's a lot of fun, it's easy to jump into, and I really like the style. I feel like even ID Software, they did Doom, and then they were like, fuck yeah, let's ride the success of this and make a sequel, and like, I think Elderborn is better than Doom Eternal. I was not a fan of Doom Eternal at all. I don't understand how... I remember one of the big praises that those guys got coming out of Doom 2016 One of the things most people said about it was, hey, you never have to reload your gun. It's like returning to the good old days of, you know, run and gun Twitch shooter. Never have to reload, just keep shooting, super dynamic, yeah, action-packed, who the fuck wants to slow down to reload? And then they're like, let's make a sequel. You know what this game is missing? A reload mechanic. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? And then insert a bunch of platforming that nobody wants to do. I did not enjoy Doom Eternal. I never finished playing it. I have no desire to finish playing it because the basic gameplay loop does not entertain me. And I wish it did. Believe you me. And unfortunately, Doom Eternal also did pretty well money-wise, which means they're going to do it again, and it's going to just keep adding more onto the core gameplay that I don't enjoy. So it's like, oh, okay, I guess I don't get to enjoy Doom anymore. I'm so put upon, you guys. I'm so put upon. Speaking of being put upon, Severe, how you doing today, my friend? Very good evening to you. Could we get a shout out for Severe, another excellent streamer and truly fantastic painter? And if you are interested in or enjoying Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings, which you should be if you've played it, or if you haven't played it and you enjoy rank and flank fantasy war games, you should really check it out. He is another painter who works on these excellent models. How you doing today, Severe? I'm gonna have to take a look at Jupiter Hell after the stream. Because I'd never heard of these guys until I played Elderborn, and Elderborn got me excited. It's real straightforward and fun. It strips out a lot of bullshit. It has reasonably complex mechanics, like low skill ceiling but high skill floor mechanics that I really appreciate, so I can just jump in and get the slaying. But then as I enjoy the game more and as I get deeper into it, I have to actually learn to diversify my attacks somewhat. And I've only beaten the first boss in Elderborn, and it was, like, thematic and cool and interesting. And, I mean, a boss character in a first-person slasher, I just expected that to be the worst part of the game. Like, yeah, I'm enjoying going through the mooks, but when I get to the boss, this game's gonna slow down and it's gonna suck. That's actually really cool. Really like to see them return to a Quake campaign, specifically one that focuses on Visor. His lore story of his transformation would make for a really fun campaign. Was he the one that you play as in the one game where you get captured early on and they put you into the cyborgization assembly line and then you escape before you get brainwashed, but like all your limbs are chopped off and replaced? Is he that guy? I have never been particularly, like, I played the first Quake when it came out, when it was basically just a tech demo, and it was like, story, what the fuck is that? And I kept playing the Quake games over the years, but I never really got into the story. That was the first one I played where the story was front and center enough for me to pick any of it up. Different one. Okay, yeah, I'm talking about Quake 4. Quake 1 didn't have a story, Brigado. If Quake 1 had a story, you could have fooled me. It was well hidden. It was just like, I don't know, this is a weird gothic place with silly monsters and you got a nail gun. Go kill them. Hey, look at this fat guy. Hey, look, everything's in 3D. Isn't that amazing? That seemed to be the primary conceit was, hey, we did it all in 3D. hidden behind text walls. To be fair, at the time, I think I was like 13, so I was not really reading them very much. I don't remember them. Quake 1 had nothing to do with the storyline of 2 and 4. So I remember 2, because 2 was profoundly different from Quake 1. Quake 1 was basically just Doom, but 3D. And then Quake 2 was like, you're a Marine, and you got a machine gun, and you crash-landed on this planet. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. I didn't really pick up much other than that. It was a long time ago, though. Guy. Whatever happened to, what was that PlayStation exclusive first-person shooter series with the guys with the glowing red eyes? Shit. Can't remember what they were called. They looked like World War I German dudes, but they had sci-fi rifles and glowing red eyes. Killzone, thank you so much, Roland. That's the one. Hellgast, there we go. I never really got into the story of that one. I don't remember which one I played. I was never really into the console exclusives, but I think I got whatever one came out with the PlayStation 3? When the PlayStation 3 came out, I had just gotten, like, back pay for a bunch of my VA shit, and I was like, buy all the latest consoles! Which was still a better instinct than what many of my compatriots did, was to go out and buy, like, a brand new Mustang. I was like, no, let's just buy the latest consoles, that's much cheaper. Same instinct, but I think more restrained implementation. That game being pretty good, but it's not like I've touched any of the subsequent ones. Are they still making Killzone games, or is that franchise pretty much over? Yeah, that too, Roland. That too. Another one for you, Oxenfree. If you enjoyed The Goonies, The Color Out of Space, or Twin Peaks, I mean, and adventure games like Quest for Glory, you just named a bunch of shit that I love to Square. I don't talk about Quest for Glory enough. Sometimes I feel like I hallucinated those games because I run into people who don't remember them like I do. Quest for Glory, So You Wanna Be a Hero, is one of my all-time favorite games. Memories of using the lockpick on myself to increase my skill until I jammed it into my brain. Did they make any Quest for Glory games after Dragonfire? Because I think I played all of them up to then. There was Quest for Glory 1, So You Want to Be a Hero. There was Quest for Glory 2. I don't remember what that one was called. I remember the game. It was in that big Arabian city. And it was a huge pain in the ass to play. I think I only beat it like one time. And then there was Quest for Glory 3, Wages of War. That was the one with the lion people. There was Quest for Glory 4, Shadows of Darkness, which I think was where the series peaked. Shadows of Darkness was excellent. It was all Transylvania themed. And then there was Quest for Glory 5 Dragonfire, which I think I played once and then never touched again. Really? I'm going to need to check that out, because it's been a long time since I've touched any of them. I still have the entire Quest for Glory collection on CD-ROM in my closet. I don't have the original forms of that game that I had when I first played it, which was entirely on floppy disk. I had hard disks for some of them. I had up through Shadows of Darkness on floppy. God knows what happened to those. I've gone through a number of times in my life where I've just, like, purged a lot of the bullshit that I had, got rid of old toys and CDs and games, and I was always encouraged to by my parents, who weren't really big on holding on to that kind of thing, and I regret it so much now. I regret it so much. Guys, if you're ever feeling that urge to just, like, purge a bunch of stuff, at least hold on to a couple of things that mean something to you so you'll have them later. I think it's a bad instinct, because I regret everything that I got rid of now. And like garage sales and stupid crap like that, I didn't even make much money off of it. If 5 sounds right, because if they've released anything after Quest for Glory 5 Dragonfire, I am not aware of it. Hey, Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. I'm gonna have to check out the Courtesy Flush. I could definitely go for watching some classic Quest for Glory getting played. Alright, gonna dive into a bit of yellow ochre here as I start detailing the linen areas. Like 9 floppy disk version of Ultima Worlds of Adventure 2 Martian Dreams Ultima. Now there's a blast from the past. Crossbow Roof. I hope you're having a good day, my friend. Hope everybody's having a good day. All you folks out there in Twitch land tuning in to watch me paint some bullshit, I hope you're having a good day out there. I certainly hope that I haven't made your day any worse. It's been a rough year, folks. It's been a rough year, and you know what? It's not over. It would be nice if everything was just over at a certain point and it was obvious, but that's unfortunately not how the world works. A lot of us right now watching things are kind of sighing as we get ready for potentially another round of COVID bullshits that we're going to be going into right as soon as everybody felt like we were coming out of it. I hope it's not the case, but if it is, I'll be right here, painting, hobbying, building, sculpting, and ranting about things that I have no real understanding or appreciation of. But man, if you guys didn't help me get through the last year of this bullshit in a big way. Yeah, Shock, that is going to be the base for this column here. I'm doing a Space Cultist terrain set. I'm glad to hear that, Metalcore. One good thing that came out of the last year, as far as working at home goes, for a long time we've been asking the question, could this meeting have been an email? And we got the answer to a lot of that. Turns out most of them, yeah, could have been emails. Yeah, I don't really want to dwell on it too much. Crossbow, it's just been on my mind lately with the way things are going. Like, I'm looking forward to cons getting started, and I'm looking around, and people are like, we're spreading new variants, hooray! I don't know. Any one of us who's been looking around at the utter stupidity of humanity going, well, at least it's coming to a close soon, haven't really been paying attention. The stupidity is just getting started. We're going to continue having to deal with that, unfortunately. There isn't really much for it. But hey, at least we've got each other. That's something. I'm glad to hear that, Roland. Work from home isn't going to stay for the most part because companies are dumb. That is the truth. And yeah, I forgot it wrong. There's going to be a whole Space Cult terrain set is the goal. Like I said, I'm broadly drawing inspiration from some of my favorite space cults, including the Unitologist from Dead Space, the Brotherhood of Nod from Command & Conquer, and then, of course, the Eternus Continuum from Warcaster Neo Mechanica. Permanently on work from home 2 days a week. I wish that people would just start embracing that more. Getting pumped out, which is good. Appears generally people contracting variants, getting little or no symptoms, onwards and upwards. Heretic Scott, I got my fingers crossed and hoping for the best. But I have found in life that hoping for the best and yet preparing for the worst often yields the best results. Or at least, not the worst results. Sometimes. That's all you can hope for. Sometimes.
Finally catch a break after so long. Find a way of cheating dead. Find a realm, find a world where I belong.
Roommate's job is going permanent work from home, and they're selling the building. What do we think about the future of movie theaters? Because it's only recently that people have even been able to start going back to movie theaters, and most of the people I know don't fucking want to. I know I don't want to. Like, I don't think I will ever go back to movie theaters. I was getting really frustrated with them before all this happened. Yeah, like, I think that death is gonna take a while, Crossbow Roof, but I agree, like, they died last year quietly and just didn't realize it, and that will slowly catch up with them, I think. I'm gonna go talk to my date and play on our cell phones at the movies. We can do the same thing and just pay less. I think is what we're all realizing. What was the last movie that I saw in the theater? I'm trying to remember. It might have been Aquaman. It really might have been. What a terrible movie to make the last one that you see in a theater. I'm going to accept the possibility that in 5 years' time we'll all be wearing ragtag, carrying sawed off, blasting down long sandy roads and Harley Davidsons. Yeah, that's why I've been watching The Road and preparing for the inevitable future of me being probably eaten by cannibals because I've got decent marbling. Decent marbling, not great marbling. I'm not as lean as I could be. Endgame was the last movie I saw in theaters, kind of apt. It was also like the end of Marvel movies. Like, they did a couple after that, and then Black Widow recently came out, but Black Widow was the first one in a long time.
This is a new reality. I stand to chance, it's a new world, it's a new day, it's a new day, it's a new day.
On to the next guy. I bet Chaotic is nicely marbled. It's all those missiles, man. Last movie I saw in theaters was Rogue One. Gus Schultz has this all beat. Harry Potter 5. What was that? Goblet of Fire? Jesus, that is quite some time ago. Tried to read the Road book and couldn't get past the first page. I really enjoyed the movie, The Road. I haven't read the book. Assuming you won't be one of the cannibal raiders roasting someone, which I know too much about cannibalism, Hathrir, which is an odd thing to protest with. I'm just saying, I ain't going out from no fucking prions. Eating people is a terrible idea, by the way. Makes for some beautiful leather highlights. Like it better than the yellow ochre for those. Granted, it's more expensive. I do. These are not going to be leather, though. I'm using these for linen. When it comes to doing the leather, I may mix in some cad yellow. Thank you for the suggestion. Slow starvation rather than slowly using your mind. Pondburn, I don't mean to be the depressive, pragmatic type in the post-apocalyptic scenario. I don't mean to be that guy. But I'm just saying, as long as I've got one bullet, I've got a way out, you know what I mean? And at that point, I'm probably just gonna be like, fuck this. It was good, but if I can't have Netflix, I don't want to be here anymore. We had a good run. You know that moment in the post-apocalyptic movie when they inevitably find the two corpses, like, holding hands with an empty bottle of pills next to them? One of those would be me. I don't even think it's that morbid. I think it's practical. If we're talking post-apocalyptic scenarios, I think that this is a perfectly reasonable solution to suggest, considering the alternative is apparently eating people. I definitely would not die of starvation. Starvation is like one of the worst things that can happen. Not even like one of the worst things to die from, yes, but one of the worst things that just can happen to you. I am horrified by starvation. I have read enough stories of people actually starving to know beyond any shadow of a doubt that by the time it came to that, I wouldn't be making logical decisions. Like, starvation hollows you out as a person. Starvation will strip away every piece of whoever it is that you think you are until there's nothing left but the need to eat. So I understand how people get to that point. But fuck that. Like, no. No, thank you, sir. You're all hired as my wasteland gang. You know, Colonel Matthew Steiner, as long as there's a warlord for me to get behind, I'll stick around, man. Yeah. I'm not gonna be the warlord. That's way too much responsibility. My honest post-apocalyptic prediction, though, you guys, like, we all like to fantasize about being warlords and whatnot, but we're all going to be old by then. Guys, we're going to be ripped apart by gangs of feral children who are then going to eat us. I want you to know that. That's where we're all going to end in that scenario. Children are tricky and vicious. And they're gonna blame us for the state of the world, too, and they won't necessarily be wrong. You know, those of them who can even speak. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a doomer, I don't mean to get onto the collapse bandwagon. I've been playing post-apocalyptic games, give me a break. I've been playing fucking Metro, which is really not that bleak when it comes down to it. It's fairly bleak. There are some scenes in Exodus that are pretty depressing. I've got bad knees and can't outrun a horde of children. Yeah, no, me neither, man. The kids are definitely going to take me down. The red resin making your prints go 3 times faster. Actually slower. I'm not applying orc logic to this particular one. I slowed it down by about 10% because the PETG has to print significantly hotter than the regular PLA does. But maybe it'll make the painting go faster. I guess we'll find out. Started watching Mobile Suit Gundam The Origin just now because I couldn't find Stardust Memory streaming. Is it really not? If it isn't streaming yet, I feel like it will be soon on Netflix. Netflix has been picking up all the Mobile Suit Gundams and listing them. I can only assume they're going to get Stardust Memory if they got the original on there. They also need to get, what's it, War in the Pocket 0080? I'll see you in a few, Sphere. No problemo. With Stardust Memory, Metalcore, or War in the Pocket? Both? I'd love to have access to recordings of either. Again, I assume Netflix is going to get around to releasing them, but that doesn't mean I need to wait. Nice. Never seen War in the Pocket, despite it having my favorite Xeon mobile suit ever. So chronologically speaking, if I'm not mistaken, Mobile Suit Gundam would be immediately followed up by the 8th Mobile Suit Team, would it not? Like, not as far as releases go, but chronologically within the Universal Century. Because the 8th Mobile Suit Team is kind of like Meanwhile on Earth, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, while this is going on Earth, this is happening. Where does Zeta Gundam fit in? What Universal Century year is that in? I knew War in the Pocket was concurrent, because War in the Pocket is either concurrent or the year after, because isn't Mobile Suit Gundam 0079, and then War in the Pocket is 0080? I think. God damn, it's been a long time. Zeta's 0085. Okay, so it's a little while after. Clean my brushes a little bit here before I forget. I just did. I did, and then I shook it with my hand. I did it in order. Let's finish up these linen details, then move on to the leather. Yeah, the Universal Century storyline all takes place in like a handful of years, as far as I know. Isn't there another series that takes place a good while after that? I kind of moved away from the Universal Century stuff pretty early on and got into the side universes more. I mean, who didn't with Gundam Wing? Turn A Gundam. Oh, the fucking Mustachio Gundam. I don't think I ever watched Turn A Gundam. I'm just aware of it. That was the Mustache Gundam, wasn't it? Unicorn is also Universal Century. I have not watched Gundam Unicorn. I think I watched like the first few episodes of it and then kind of petered off, and I think that's about the time I got into Iron Blooded Orphans, which I like better. You're a mustache Gundam. How you doing today, Jack? Favorite Xeon suit got 5 seconds of screen time before getting slapped like a punk. Oh, I'm curious which one, Berg. Doing a size test print for some cosplay pieces. Let's hope it works. Crossbow Roof, what cosplay you working on, man? Weird, I've apparently been giving you sub money for 17 months. 17 months? How is that even possible, Jack? Jack, you're a good dude, man, and thank you so much for your support. Hopefully, if we don't enter, like, a second round of bullshit lockdowns thanks to some people in the world, or if things ease up a little bit in the near future, Jack, I'd love to have you back up here so we could get in some games on my big old gaming table, dude. You've been up here, but you haven't had a chance to play. I went back to that place that we had lunch the other day, Jack, since I believe the last time I went there was that time that we had lunch. Because that was right about the time everything was happening. I went back there the other day for the first time since, and thank God it is still open and still kicks ass. Yeah, nanotanks, I strongly suspect that too. Well, that's good news, Jack. Doing some Mandalorian armor for a friend on commission, checking the size on the bam braces. A particular Mandalorian crossbow roof, or one of the custom Mandalorian jobs? I know a lot of people like doing that. My Mandalorian is named Scat Limbreezer. He comes from the southern side of the Mandalorian docks. He was raised by battle droids. I have enjoyed cosplay in my time. Those of you who have been around the stream for a while have seen a number of the ones that I've done in the past. Have not even considered getting back into it since everything kicked off in 2020. The con crud was all too real before there was a pandemic. My Mandalorian is Dick Chainsaw Saber. That's such an original idea. Where could that possibly have come from? Files are based on Mandos from the show, just not doing the Mudhorn sigil. Oh, okay, doing Din Djarin, or whatever the fuck his name is. Dingo Dango Flimaslango, I think his name is in the show. Can you show off some of your past cosplays? How you doing today, Plank Walker? I don't have any that I could show easily on the stream, though if you jump onto my the Thunderhead Studio Facebook profile, there are a few albums with some of them in there. My Dread helmet's on the other side of the room. I actually moved it so I can't grab it quite as easily to show it off, but in 2013, 2014, I did Judge Lex from the movie Dread. And I did Oliver Queen from the first season of Arrow. This was when the first season of Arrow had just ended. I've still got my Jason Voorhees cosplay. And one that I've never finished, I got one of the castings of the Reverse Flash's head from the Flash TV show, back when the Reverse Flash was still on the show and was still interesting. But I never finished it. It's a cast from the original 3D scan from Season 1. Goddamn, I loved that first season of Arrow. It was great. I also did Malcolm Merlyn from Season 1 of Arrow, his Dark Archer costume. That was a fun one. But yeah, the only one I think I still have that I could theoretically go put on right now and wear the whole thing is my Jason Voorhees. One of my favorite costumes. I like doing bad guys and I like doing full face masks. I don't know, it lets me kind of... I just become somebody else for the duration of the con, you know? I'm sure a lot of people who cosplay can sympathize with that. Should print the ice cream maker. The one that Mandalorian retconned into like a safe or something. Found myself watching Hero Mask recently, ended up really enjoying it. It's got some Blade Runner vibes, can be pretty dark at times, which I always appreciate in an animated series. I too like it when an animated series is willing to take itself seriously. Because it's hard to take anything seriously if it's not willing to take itself seriously, you know? Still one of my favorite animes on the planet is Psycho Pass Season 1. I say Season 1 because I really believe that Season 2 and everything that followed, including the movie, were just fucking pointless, whereas Season 1 was actually pretty damn good. I remember watching Season 2 of Psycho Pass and getting to the point where they pull out the, like, Dominator rifle. Like, there's a hostage situation, so they pull out the Dominator rifle from across the street, and I'm just like, the very fact that you took a look at the Dominator as a weapon and thought to yourself, this needs to be bigger, is indicative of an error in your writing. The Dominator didn't need to be any larger or more powerful than it already was. It was a nonsense gun. The fact that it was all contained within the size of a handgun was incredible. You shouldn't need... The show shouldn't be about the Dominator. The Dominator is a message. But it fell victim to the classic trope of do the same thing but bigger, have different versions of it. I don't understand why you would ever need a bigger version of the Dominator, considering it has the Matter Destroyer function. Season 3 brings it together. I have my doubts. My problem is that by the time I get to Season 3, I don't care anymore. I feel like the story wrapped itself up in Season 1 with everything that I wanted to know, and everything after that was just like, we're doing it again, for some reason. Also, I really didn't appreciate the way the main character's attitude towards the Sybil system did a complete 180 from the season finale of Season 1 to the start of Season 2. It's like it's like they took all the character development that went into her in the first season and just threw it out the fucking window. See, now I have watched all of Attack on Titan from the very beginning, Heretic Scott. I've been following it as it releases, and I have not gotten the same feeling from it at all. I get the feeling from Attack on Titan that it is going to a place that was, if not completely predetermined, at least intended for a while, and it is intended to circle around and eventually come together in a late story. I get the impression from Psycho Pass that it was meant to end at the end of Season 1, and then they were just like, I don't know, make more of it, and they didn't really know where to go with any of it. Like, Attack on Titan couldn't end at the end of Season 1. It didn't resolve anything. Psycho Pass did. Psycho Pass resolved its main plot quite thoroughly and could have just ended right there. And in my mind, it did. Oh, it was... that's the Zat gun, isn't it, Drakari? So, what I liked about the Dominator in Psycho Pass was that it was the illusion of control that it gave to the investigators. And it was the notion that, because the weapon itself was more than powerful enough to just kill everyone all the time. Clearly, it was capable of doing that. And clearly, for that matter, the Sybil system... just technologically, they were capable of building machines with disintegrators on them that just went out and fucking dispensed justice to everybody according to their laws. But there was this little balance in the form of the investigator wielding the Dominator. And there was a sort of a dark humor in the notion that the investigator didn't make any decision in law enforcement short of whether or not to pull the trigger on the Dominator. That's the only decision that a human being made at any point in the law enforcement system, shown in Psycho Pass. You didn't decide how powerful the shot was going to be. You, as the investigator, didn't decide. Does this person need to be stunned? Do they need to be killed? Do they need to have their matter disintegrated in an explosive fashion? The same gun did all of these things. All you decided was whether or not to pull the trigger when the gun told you what it was going to do. It dispensed justice all on its own. And I just remember, after seeing the matter disintegrator function in Season 1 when they were fighting the robots, and it was like, oh, this same little handgun can also completely annihilate the matter of a fucking war robot. I was like, why do you need a big one? What the hell is the big one gonna do that the handgun doesn't do? This one literally explosively disintegrates hardened steel. It's a weird notion of justice. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, Vergaderung, if you haven't watched Psycho Pass, it's definitely worth watching. It has a very dystopian notion of justice. Well, the idea, as explained in the beginning of the show, is that everyone is judged according to their ranking on and I can't remember the terminology, it's been a long time since I've watched it, but basically everyone has a psychological profile that is judged by a computer system. And you're capable of, what's the phrase that they use for people who haven't done anything wrong but may? I can't remember the name of it. It's been a long time since I've watched it. But essentially, like, if you're psychologically in a certain zone of instability, you have to be brought in for therapy. They stop crimes before they happen by keeping a psychological profile of literally everybody, and have effectively stopped crime as a result. Effectively, it still happens. But not very often. Most people get stopped before they get there. It is very much like pre-crime, yes. But it's not based on seeing the future, it's just based on aggregation of data. And now I can't remember the name that they have for the offenders. It's a very particular title, though. It's not Minority Report. People can be arrested just for being exposed to criminal activity, though, because it raises your likelihood of then becoming a criminal. One of the coolest scenes in the show, by coolest I mean one of the most disturbing scenes, is at a certain point a number of criminals get a hold of a piece of technology that blocks their minds from being scanned by the civil system. It projects the image of somebody who is much more stable on top of them. So they're able to just walk up to people and commit crimes and commit murders, and there's somebody getting beaten to death with a hammer in a town square. And people have been so free from violent crime for so long that the bystander effect kicks in, and all these people all they can do is watch. They just sit there and just watch it happen, and they're just shocked. Like, nobody moves to stop it, nobody moves to do anything about it. They all just, like, pull out their phones and start recording it, because there's this attitude of, like, is this really happening? Is this, like, performance art? Like, what's going on? This isn't something that happens anymore, so clearly it's not. There's a bunch of people that get, like, burned to death and don't even defend themselves because they're just so incapable of handling violent activity at this point. They've been so protected from it. It's a really interesting show. At least the first season is. I'm absolutely certain it's not Minority Report, Data Nerd. There is no future prediction involved. There is no actual seeing into the future in Psycho Pass. It is entirely based on, like, personality profiles. I wish I could remember the name that they have for the dangerous people, but I can't. Oh, it's an anime, Data Nerd. Criminally asymptomatic. Yeah, they have a series of phrases for people at different levels. Like, if you've been exposed to criminal activity, if you have high stress levels, if you're not coping well, what's it? Well, it's your psychopath is the phrase that they use, and you're graded on a color system. And as your color changes, you become more likely for enforcement. And then when an investigator aims the Dominator pistol at somebody, it reads their psychopaths, and based on the color, it changes into a different enforcement mode. At a certain point, the civil system's just like, this person has to die, and it annihilates them. Got into watching To Your Eternity. Some god being drops a semi-sentient shape-shifting creature onto feudalist Japan to see what it can learn by experiencing life. I'm not familiar with this one. You really need to, Vergaderung, I recommend you actually watch Season 1 of Psycho Pass, because it gets into all of that. And the human element is important, because they use people who would otherwise have enforcement done upon them. I think criminally asymptomatic may be the phrase. It uses them to hunt down criminals. Like, they're given the option. And so they're like, I think they call them hounds. They let them out, and they give them the authority to use the Dominator. which is safe because if you point the Dominator at a person who's who has a psychopath within a certain range and pull the trigger, nothing happens. Which is part of the problem later. There are people who are able to mask their psychopaths, and they point the gun at them and go click, and nothing happens. They can't shoot them because they're not really making decisions as investigators. They're just enforcing the will of the system. It has a whole episode about an online persona. Someone who gets murdered so someone can steal their online persona that I think is an interesting one for this day and age. It's been a while since I've watched Psycho-Pass, and I might go back and rewatch it. It's a really cool show. It's very cyberpunky. Very cyberpunky. And it doesn't really deal a lot with the rest of the world. It's like, this is the system that they've implemented in Japan, and the rest of the world is sort of in a state of recession or chaos otherwise. I think they get into that more in like Season 2, but by then I just didn't care. The movie deals with what's going on elsewhere in the world, but again, I don't feel like the movie was very good. Romeo Void on that 6-month streak, and a very big woot to you too, sir, Romeo Void. How you doing tonight, man? We're talking dark futures and dystopias, apparently. Seems to be the subject that we're on tonight. Speaking of dystopia, do I even want to know? Do I even want to know, Roland? Cyberpunk Red win? It's a good question.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
I think we lost a few people.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
We did, in fact, lose a couple of people, but I also have some more people interested, and I have a storyline that I've been playing with around the same time we last played Cyberpunk Red on stream. It is something that I'd like to pick back up. I think everybody had fun for the few sessions of Cyberpunk Red we did. They were very much a proof of concept, because I'd never, ever streamed a tabletop role-playing game before. And I think they turned out pretty nicely. Now, this is something that I may implement my upcoming tabletop gaming stream with, because instead of using... What's it called? Instead of using, like an online, game table, we could use an actual game table and cameras. I don't know if that's necessarily a good idea. But I would like to do it again, Roland. I had a lot of fun. And like I said, I have a good storyline worked up, and I've actually talked to Chaotic Harmony about helping me out with some recordings for it. Because the storyline that I have in mind for Cyberpunk Red may or may not be based on the classic Christian Slater movie Pump Up the Volume. It may or may not be based on that. Kind of late to the whole Thunderhead scene. Is there any story behind these sound files? Oh, God. Not really. Like there is, but they were also just sort of made to be fucking ridiculous and to imply that they were being read out of a book that doesn't exist. So that's a yes and a no. Stream lore. Yes, in the chronicles of the Thunderhead Studios stream, there are answers, I suppose. someone should write that book. 50 Shades of Cold Gray. It would have to be written entirely from the perspective of a bottle of paint and my relationship with it, since that's what the excerpts so far seem to deal with. And I disagree. No one should write that book. No one should ever write that book. It would be awful. Like, I can think of worse ideas, but admittedly not many.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Ask Chuck Tingle to write it. This person, who I suspect is multiple people, is incredibly prolific when it comes to writing just the most insane
I heard
fucking
you
concepts.
liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Oh no. Okay, now. I'm gonna try some of this permanent light green as a highlight here over my sap green. Let's see how it does. You're not wrong, Manix the Lemur. That doesn't mean that I necessarily want to jump on that particular bandwagon. There are many ways that I could make money by being a terrible person and taking advantage of people and producing subpar products. Certainly there are. I don't necessarily want to, though. Just playing to the worst instincts that mankind has. It's not that it's difficult to do, it's that I would hate myself at the end of the day. That's not bad. And easy to do. MCBTV, thank you so much for getting that shout out done. How you doing today? Yon Burger Lord, how go things, my friend? Guys, if not following MCBTV, go check out his channel. He's an awesome variety streamer, one of my favorites. Really good dude. Gave me a lot of tips getting started here on Twitch, and many of the animated features you'll see here in my overlays were in fact made by MCB. Definitely go give him a follow. Check out his next stream. It's a great game. It's a great game, Jack. There are worse instincts to have talking about. Speaking of the great streamers out there, we are being rated by Wombat Combat Prime, a good friend of mine from down in Tejas. Fantastic dude, great streamer, very talented model painter who's been building his skills quite a lot lately. Guys, if you're into role-playing games and miniature painting, and let's face it, if you're in this stream, you probably have at least a passing interest in at least one of these things, you're going to want to go give Wombat Combat a follow. Wombat, how are we doing today, man? How was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. What were you working on today, man? Ravenholm. No, we don't go to Ravenholm anymore. Holding on to every last second of my weekend. Aren't Sundays the worst like that, MC? Oh my god. I hate that feeling. Like it's still free time, but it's somehow more stressful because you know it's coming to an end. Maybe it's just that I'm awful at managing my time. Maybe that's why that happens to me. Oh my god, tofu taco. Legitimately pretty tasty. I like tofu and tacos. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. We're that much closer, guys. We're that much closer. We're so close to 1,500 followers. I can taste it. And that's when we're going to have some of those Thunderhead Studio dice being given out. Looking forward to that. We have 100 dice, and I've already put in an order for the second run of them. Captain Peel card. Not to be confused with Jean-Luc himself. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Made Croquet Monsieur and Tomato Bisque as a monthly channel point goal. Interesting, Wombat Combat. I know you've done a couple of cooking streams. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to stop in and check it out. I might have to go look at the VOD. Well, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your people in. I hope everybody had fun. I know I always do over there. Does it taste like tofu? Here's the best thing about tofu, though. Can I tell you the best thing about tofu? Tofu doesn't taste like anything. Tofu. It's pronounced croque, not croquet. I'm gonna pronounce it Gemini croquette, and there's nothing you can do about it. The best thing about tofu, if I can tell you the best thing about tofu, it tastes like whatever you put on it, and it particularly tastes like whatever you soak it in. One of the reasons I like it so much. Does awful at managing time mean need to play more Chivalry 2? Hey, only sometimes. Only sometimes, though admittedly, lately, kinda, yeah. Time management's funny in a way that you can time slot everything, but there's essentially no breaks. Yeah, and you know what, MCB? I need times that, like, when I do schedule my time out, when I do time slot everything, I need times where it's like, and now nothing's happening in this time slot. I need some times that are ironically unscheduled, otherwise I lose my mind a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot, quickly. Free play, I guess I could call it. Been pronouncing it wrong this whole time. You know what, I got a pro tip for everybody out there who's worried about the pronunciation of words, particularly anglicized ones. You can pronounce it however you want. Because if you pronounce it that way for a long enough period of time, it will become an actual pronunciation. Definition and pronunciation follows usage and not the other way around. That's why I will argue on behalf of the occasional person who says things like trebuchet and salette and bassinet. That hard T, you're like, that shouldn't be there because it's a French word. Well, guess what? It's been an anglicized word for like 1,000 years. So we can pronounce it with a hard T if we want to. Language is fun. It tastes like stuff when it's prepared correctly. Oh, we got Vergaderung gatekeeping our tofu over here. That's not something I ever thought I would say out loud. I'd love to like tofu, but I'd rather not be sick for a day afterwards. Oh, do you, like, have an allergy? Like a soy allergy? That's unfortunate. But bassinet does have a hard T. Different bassinet. Spelled with a C. I'm talking about the helmet bassinet. See, the ironic thing is that when I say I like tofu because it can taste like anything, I'm also kind of saying I don't like it because it doesn't taste like anything. Now Vergaderung's gonna come in and be like, well, technically, you're having bad tofu. You're not hitting real tofu. Which is, by the way, I'm not even making fun. That's just what he sounds like. It's just accurate. I don't think you've ever had tofu. Interesting. I like tofu. I was first introduced to tofu through miso soup at Japanese restaurants, in which it is basically just used to soak up a bunch of delicious salty broth. And it's really hard to dislike in that context. On to the next guy. Well, I hope your stream went well, Wombat Combat. I hope everybody had a good time, and thank you again so much for the raid. What's your streaming schedule look like now, Wombat Combat? I haven't caught up with you since you started streaming more regularly. Not gatekeeping, I just had a lot of bad tofu. Allergic to soy, which sucks. Yeah, dude, there's so many things that soy is in. That is awful, I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, I will happily enjoy all the things that you would otherwise eat. I will eat enough soy for 2 people so that yours doesn't go to waste. And I realize that's not actually consolation at all. In fact, it's probably just rubbing it in, but I'm gonna do it anyway, so deal with it. Ever have Mapo tofu, chunks of tofu and minced pork and spicy Szechuan pepper sauce with vegetables? I haven't, but I want to eat that, like, a lot, like right now. Like, if you put it in front of me, I would just mow the fuck down on that whole bowl. Actually doing a double feature tonight, just breaking down the setup now to paint in a bit. Wombat Combat, win. Win, win, win. When are you going on? And how late are you going for? Because if you're on when I'm done, I'll just raid. I'll do it back at you. I'll do a raid. In about 45 minutes, how late are you going to be going for? Okay, you should be on then when I'm wrapping up. Assuming I've still got any viewers by then, I'll happily send them your way, my friend. Why, hello, Mr. Suicide Brinny. It's not an awkward honorific at all. Why do you ask? Bold of you to assume that I have friends. I am doing pretty damn fantastic, Wombat Combat, I gotta say. Is life perfect? No. It's not. But when is it ever? Is life pretty damn good, all things considered? I'd have to say so. I mean, I'm here, aren't I? I'm painting. I've got some fantastic people in chat watching me paint. What do I really have to complain about? Alright, on to the last guy. We'll have one more round on the green, then we'll do the leather, then we'll move on to the metal. You know, the truth of the matter is that the last year has been hard on everybody. It's been hard on everybody, and in a lot of different ways. And a lot of us are tempted not to complain too much because other people have had it worse than us. And it's fair to say that some people have certainly had much more severe problems over the last year than others, but it has ultimately been tough on everyone. And pretending that it hasn't doesn't do any of us any good, you know? But focusing on the good things, like right now, you know what? It's been a long week. It's been a tough week. But here I am. I've got the time. I've got the camera. I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm painting some minis. I gotta be doing something right, yeah? This is good. In this moment, life is good. And ultimately, that's all we got. Is just a series of moments like this, and we have to appreciate them when we have them, because before long, they've moved on. Before long, we're on to the next moment. Who knows how that's gonna be. But this one, right now, here, I'm enjoying it. I'm glad to be here with you fine folk, and thank you for sharing it with me. Oh, no, please, Mr. Head is my father. How do I feel about Old World? Wombat Combat. Old World? What are we talking about? Which Old World? Talking about Warhammer? So I need someone to tell me about that, because I've only caught tertiary pieces of news regarding that, and I haven't really looked at any of the primary sources. So I can't have an opinion on it. But I would love for someone to tell me what the fuck is going on. Are they basically just regretting the fact that they killed Warhammer Fantasy? That's what it seems like. Oh, White Wolf. Well, you don't have any kits, certainly. You don't know about any of that stuff. It's the beginning of something beautiful. Encouraging. This is an interesting song. It doesn't really strike me as very synthwavey. It's more dubsteppy, which is a genre I haven't heard for a while and wasn't ever really into, and I wish it would kind of stop. To the point that I think we'll just move on from this song. Kislev's fucking huge, stretches out past the world's edge. Interesting. Whatever. It had little dubsteppy elements to it. Obviously, it wasn't going full bore, but it had those little interludes, which were enough for me to go. How
much blood would you shed to regain purity?
I don't know. I don't know music genres. Don't ask me what the latest thing is. Wobble bass is not done. I don't even know what that is. Like, this is the first time I've ever even heard that phrase. You could be making that up. In fact, you probably are. I would have no way of knowing. The last time I was in current on the hip thing in modern music was like 2004. Speaking of which, I keep finding gray hairs in my beard. That's not awesome. It's happening, though. I guess it could be worse. Growing a silver beard would be kind of cool, right? It might be the direction I'm headed. What's the word they use to make men feel less bad about getting old? Distinguished? You look distinguished? Big Limp Bizkit fan, yeah, all about that Fred Durst. When Eminem was fresh and new. Hooray. I was really quite into Linkin Park. But everybody was into Linkin Park. Most people still really dig their first album. It was great. Unfortunately, their second album, as I recall, was just a remix of their first album, which never bodes well. Last thing I can remember the guys from, I mean, you know, before Chester died. Last thing I remember the guys from Linkin Park doing was the theme song to Into the Badlands, a show that's been canceled for several years now. But they did the main title theme, and it was pretty cool. Alright, I'm gonna grab a little bit of white and go back over all these green highlights. Just briefly. Yeah, are they still doing things without Chester? That seems... I don't want to say in poor taste, but maybe pointless. You know, there's some bands out there that are not really all that dependent on the identity of their leading men or one particular artistic vision. And I think more bands need to have some self-awareness when they fit into that category. Like, I feel like Nightwish fits into that category. They have technically continued to make music with multiple new singers ever since Tarja Turunen left, but they haven't been Nightwish as far as I'm concerned. Because Nightwish was a very particular grouping of people. And more than any one person, it was their vocalist. Whether they like it or not. They lack the self-awareness to tell that. Hadn't heard them since he died. I have no idea. Should I just never? Yeah, no, you probably shouldn't. Into the Badlands did kick ass for like 2 seasons, and then it got strange. I just like seeing Nick Frost do kung fu. He was surprisingly entertaining as Baji doing his like belly bump kung fu. It was fucking hilarious. I really liked Into the Badlands' first 2 seasons. It was just such a unique universe and concept. It all featured, you know, it all revolved around a central conceit where they just sort of wave their hands in the air and go, nobody uses guns! And it's like, whatever, yeah, nobody uses guns. That's why everybody does kung fu. It's fine, just watch the show. But then as the show went on longer and longer, and they started, like, getting around that, and some people used crossbows, and then guns came back again, and it was like, I don't really care about where this weird fantasy kung fu show is going. It got lost up its own ass at a certain point with the storyline. They lost 2 or 3 of the characters that I think really made it. MK became an unlikable turd. Like, he was never really that likable, but the show focused more on him than on Sunny, which was a mistake. I don't think I watched the final season before they got canceled. I just know that they did. Everyone was indeed kung fu fighting. Yeah, everybody was kung fu fighting. Fucking everyone. It was neat, though. It was like a Western kung fu drama. It had that whole Hong Kong kung fu flavor. Heroes got lost up its ass too, I found. Yeah, Heroes. Lest we forget the writer's strike happened, I think, around the time Season 2 of Heroes was going to occur. So whatever it was that they had that show might have become, just died. The writer's strike fucking killed Heroes. They went off in a crazy direction. Just kung fu. There are no guns in the show, WJ. It's set in like a nonsense, nobody knows when futuristic post-apocalypse where there are no guns and everybody punches and kicks all the time. And it is entertaining as hell. Equilibrium has gun fu, correct, Suicide Printing. Yeah, that was the one where Christian Bale beats people to death. He, like, pistol whips people to death for some reason. That one scene when he's just pistol whipping all those dudes in their, like, biker gear. And I'm thinking to myself, like, they're actually wearing really good gear for this not to affect them. It's a bunch of dudes in, like, heavy leather dusters with motorcycle helmets on. And I'm thinking, like, this wouldn't be affecting them at all. And yet somehow he's killing them with the butts of his handguns. Or at least knocking them out. The first season of Heroes was crazy compelling and is still really good. Yeah, they had little spikes. It does that little scene where he flips the guns so that he's got the butt of them out and these little spikes go chink and pop out like, oh, these guns are designed for beating men to death, apparently. That movie was ridiculous and awesome. The special effects are pretty dated at this point. I do remember that scene, MC. Yeah, he walks into the room, and he pulls out a couple of specially designed magazines with, like, little weeble wobbles on the bottom, and he throws the magazines into the middle of the room, and they weeble and wobble and straighten. And then he proceeds to, like, shoot 20 dudes, and then he does a backflip. And at the end of his backflip, he reloads his guns on the weeble wobble magazines. Oh my god, that movie. Thank you for reminding me. Jack, have you not seen Equilibrium? You should watch it. It's a really cool movie. When did that come out? That was early 2000s. That had to be like 2001, 2002, didn't it? It was not long after The Matrix, and it got accused stylistically of being a ripoff of The Matrix, but it was really a very different film. Stylistically, yeah, okay, the fight scenes, I can see the comparison. But then it also has that amazing shot. 2002, thank you. It also has that amazing shot where he runs and he jumps and he does a backflip and he lands in the middle of a circle of like 6 guys who all turn around to face him. And then the camera just points down from on top, like a bird's eye view. And he does this like nonsense combo shooting thing where he like shoots those guys and then shoots those guys and then shoots those guys and then shoots those guys. And it's just like boom, 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 boom. And he just shoots everybody like 9 times. And even watching it, I'm thinking, like, why are you changing configuration so often? I mean, it looks cool. It also has Sean Bean, and guess what Sean Bean does in that movie? Same thing he does in every movie. When he slides into the dark room to shoot the guy. Yeah, that special effect is maybe the most dated of them. He kicks in a door, and he slides in on the door, and then the lights go out. And then he, like, listens to where everybody is in the room. He, like, listens to their voices and waits for them to go quiet, and then just starts shooting everybody in perfect darkness, and it's all illuminated by the muzzle flashes. Absolutely, Drakari, precisely. Yeah, that would be useless for me. The tinnitus would render me incapable of telling where anyone was. I liked Equilibrium, and yeah, you really should watch it, Jack, if you haven't. Just... It's an iconic movie of the early 2000s. It's where a lot of us first saw Christian Bale. It's also got who? Taye Diggs is in it, isn't he? Whatever happened to Taye Diggs? Wait, did Taye Diggs die? I can't remember. It's happened to me a few times lately where I've been like, whatever happened to such and such an actor? And they're like, oh, they died horribly. Like, oh, I should have been paying more attention. Did he really? That's awful if that really happened. Oh my god, yeah, I listened to like 3 more episodes of NADPOD and then I faded out, Jack. I'm sorry. I am failing at listening to NADPOD. It's funny. I never think to put it on when I'm doing stuff. By the way, how you doing tonight, Hamburg Tech? It's good to see you. Column over there seems to be printing nicely. Like, what actually happened to Taye Diggs? I'm very curious. I just realized I haven't seen him in anything for a long time. This is why I don't put any stock in anything that MCB TV says ever, unless he's saying something about a burger being delicious, in which case I do trust his judgment. Oh, in the movie. Okay.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha.
You're right.
Because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Fucking Christian Bale pulls out a katana, and Taye Diggs has a katana, and they're like, we're gonna have a big fight. And Christian Bale runs by him, and they go like, cling, cling, and then he goes, slash. And then they do that thing, you know, where like the 2 samurai are standing there, and one doesn't realize he's dead for a second, and Taye Diggs, like, he looks at the camera, and he looks all shocked, and then he turns his head to the side, and his face falls off. His whole face just goes and hits the ground. Well, but then he has that extended fight scene with the fat guy for some reason, where they're gun-fooing at one another and neither one can seem to get a shot. who I should really remember the name of that actor. He's been in a lot of stuff. Also, he was the bad guy in Warriors of Virtue? Was that the name of the movie? The one with the magical kangaroos? I think it was called Warriors of Virtue. Does anyone else remember that movie? Or was that like a fever dream of mine? In the last shot, it shows his face still on the ground. Yeah, I remember that. Angus McFadden, Hamburg Tack, thank you so much. That is totally him. He was also Robert the Bruce in Braveheart, I believe. I always remember him from Warriors of Virtue. I don't know why, but I do. Alright, I'm happy with my greens. Time to move on to my leathers. All the leathers. This brush. This one over here. Make sure I keep the ones I need clean, separated a wee little bit. And I'm gonna dive into some Terra Rosa here. I'm glad Warriors of Virtue actually exists and it's not just a bizarre fever dream that I had, because that's a very strange film. And I haven't really met that many people who watched it. But yeah, it's about, you know, like kangaroos who do kung fu and stuff, I guess. And an evil wizard played by Angus McFadden who wants to kill the good guy kangaroos. I think that's what it's about. I don't think I've watched it since I was like 10 years old. Yeah, it was very Ninja Turtles. To the point where there's literally a scene in Warriors of Virtue where Angus McFadden talks about making I think I can remember the line, like I can hear it. It says something about, I've been going over recipes for kangaroo stew. And it was absolutely Tonight I Dine on Turtle Soup, but kangaroos, which doesn't make any sense, because turtle soup is a real thing. Nobody eats fucking kangaroo stew unless they're starving in the outback. And even then, there's probably easier shit to eat than fucking kangaroos. Hold on now. They weren't kangaroos, they were genetically engineered super soldiers using kangaroo DNA. Oh my god, they looked so much cooler before they took the helmets off, and then suddenly they've all got, like, kangaroo prosthetics on their face. White Wolf Ultraviolet is one of the movies I've actually walked out of in my life, and you know what? That one was really early on, and I almost feel bad for it. Because I've developed a new appreciation for that awful,
There's something
awful movie.
about Canopian cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
And it is an awful movie. Ultraviolet. Though I did think her little gravity black hole thing was pretty cool in that movie. Her little thing on her belt, and she like flicks a switch and her gravity changes direction so she can like drive motorcycles on walls and shit. Like, who doesn't want that? I completely failed to do straps on this guy's legs. I'm just gonna ignore it. Haven't seen Wanted, but I have a really nice collector's edition because it was like $5. I actually like Wanted. Now, Wanted is based on the graphic novel, I want to say. I have not read it. So before someone's like, the graphic novel was better, I would not know. Probably, yes. I feel almost certain that that is, in fact, true. But I can't say for sure. I actually really quite liked that movie. It wasn't perfect, it had some definite silliness to it, but as far as just being like a James McAvoy action movie, it is very watchable. Kind of early James McAvoy, relatively speaking. He was the main character, Suicide Printing. Oh, you haven't seen it, you just own it. A lot of customer service around the time the movie came out. It was influential in making me go get a better job. Isn't that... He works customer service in the beginning of the movie, doesn't he, Rio? And he has that douchey, like, frat bro co-worker, and he smashes him in the face. Is that Chris Pratt? Is that really? Oh, my... That he hits in the face with the keyboard? Is that Chris Pratt? Because he smashes the dude in the face with a keyboard. I remember he goes, BAM! Like this, and it goes slow motion, and the keys fly off the keyboard, and they spell out, fuck you. Oh, it's a silly movie. I did not know that that was Chris Pratt. It has been a long time since I've watched it. Barry, that would have been before anybody knew who Chris Pratt was. Because that was a while before Parks and Rec started. I mean, The Office was still on when that happened. Which faction, Arkrave? I am working right now on some 100 Kingdoms. In Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. By the way, I should just go ahead and mention at least one time this stream, if you're interested in picking up this game, first of all, I can highly recommend it. It is an excellent rank and flank fantasy game. If you played the old Warhammer Fantasy Battles, many of the mechanics will be very familiar to you, with a couple of nice updates worked in there. Really nice all-styrene plastic models. The only resin figures are character figures, and they're actually really, really high quality. If you're interested in picking up the game, you can hit !Conquest, so you get a link to their online store and a code that you can use for 10% off any order that you place, unless you're using one of their other promos. Go ahead and enter !, not even exclamation point. In chat, !Conquest, yes. But at checkout, just go ahead and enter the code Thunderhead and get yourself 10% off any purchase you place. I don't really do, like, affiliate programs or advertisements or sponsorships, you might have noticed. Like, I don't do it, like, at all, because I don't wanna. This is the only one I've been offered that I thought was a pretty good deal, because they don't actually require me to do anything. They just give me a code, and if you use it, you get 10% off. I can't think of anything bad about saving people some money if they want to jump into a game. food for him. On to the next guy. How you doing today, Arkrave? How are things? Everybody forgets Patrice O'Neill was in the office and he's... Was he? When? What character? I'm racking my brain over here. Is he really? I'm gonna have to look that up. How go the oils? They are going on slick and smooth. How you doing today, Daedrin Voltari? Gonna go somewhere else and not watch Equilibrium. Oh yeah? Well, I'm gonna go somewhere else and not listen to NADPOD. How does that feel? Really though, I'm probably gonna put something on tonight. Jack, it is always a pleasure to have you in chat, man. I hope you have a good evening, and thank you so much for coming in and brightening all of our days with your presence. Yeah, basically, if you rewind 1 year, we probably had almost this exact same conversation, Jack, because I'm a bastard. I remember the scene, Suicide Prinny. I think, huh. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. Yeah, he's also... Oh my god, he totally was. And he was also in the scene when they do the safety briefing. He's the one who back and forths with Kelly, right? She calls him a sea monster, and he's like, oh yeah, I bet you want to swim with this sea monster, don't you? Yeah, okay. Shit. I don't know how many times I've watched that show, and for whatever reason I never put that together. I need to thin this out a little bit. Let's grab a little bit of white spirits here on my brush. And just kind of... forget how opaque Terra Rosa is sometimes, and I don't want that much of it on here. Let's ease it out a little bit. It's not a big deal if it kind of overpowers one shield. I think I'll probably live. I think what I'll do is I'll grab a little bit of my burnt sienna and just come in around the edges and feather this out. Yeah, that's good. Close enough. WJ, you have a fantastic night, my friend. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. I need to take a quick bio break. I will be up for just a minute. I will be right back. We've got another half hour before we enter the storm report. So guys, if you're planning on having your pictures shown here on the stream, make sure you get over onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Get your pictures posted in the Storm Report channel, because I'm curious what you've been working on. We're going to be starting our Miniature Minutes hobby logging next Sunday. So if you're interested in finding out how much time you're spending on your projects and on each individual one, go ahead and start planning now for what you're going to start next week. I will be right back, folks. In the meantime, enjoy my new Neptune 2. let's keep going. Okay. With the sometimes start and stop nature of my painting, I really do appreciate the fact that oils don't punish me for that. I'm glad you guys like the kitten so much. He's a particularly good one. Riot's sister, how are you doing tonight?
Hello there.
Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one over there. Hope the weather's been treating you well. We actually got a little bit of rain the other day for the first time ever, as far as I can remember. Maybe my recollection is flawed, but... The One with Jet Li was one of the most badass movies. I actually quite like that movie. The One with Jet Li is a lot of fun. It's stupid. Like, it is objectively really, really dumb, but it's also really fucking cool. And it was one of the first places that a lot of us would have seen Jason Statham. There was like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and then that. I think The Transporter happened a little while after that. Not long. It would have been pretty soon after that, I guess. And then it would be a little while before we got Crank, which is objectively one of the finest films ever made. Maybe. I really do like Crank, though. It's just fun. Smashes a guy with two yeah, okay, that does happen. Yeah, he takes two motorcycles, one in each hand, and he smashes a guy between them. It's after he hits a guy with one of the motorcycles. Fiaz Grinder, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How you doing today, man? I think Crank is a better movie than people really give it credit for. Like, a better movie may be generous. It's not like a good movie, but it's fucking entertaining and hilarious. It's also one of the few movies with Glenn Howerton in it, which many of you may know as Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. He just gets his shit completely ruined by Jason Statham in both Crank and Crank 2. Just woke up here in Singapore, sent by my homie because he said you have the perfect radio DJ voice, which would be true if only anyone paid me to DJ on the radio. If only, but thank you so much. I appreciate the compliment from your friend. And I hope that you find something to love here regardless. Good. On to the next one. Just a touch more Terra Rosa. What's getting 3D printed? If you're ever curious about that golden potate, you can always hit exclamation point STL in chat, and you should get a little blurb on what it is I have going on the printer. Specifically, it's the second round of my attempt to print a column piece for an upcoming terrain set that I'm working on with a space cultist theme to it. This was the first attempt, and since this attempt I have reconfigured this base into something that I think looks better. And the issue is that I was printing the entire thing in PETG, which is just kind of too flexible for this height and this style. So this part is now being done in PLA, and this part is now being done in PETG, and we're going to see how it works out. It has a little void in the bottom, so you can put a light in it. Real easy. In the trash with you, because I don't need those. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Berg. Riot Sister, we'll do what we can. Also enjoy Warhammer painting. My band's ex-vocalist does commission work. Nice! I rather like miniature painting. I can't do painting as a business. Streaming it is the closest I've ever been to making that work. I did commission painting for a long time, but it's, I like painting things for myself. I'm very selfish when it comes to mini painting. I guess there are worse things to be. Did I find translucent PLA? No, that is PETG that is being printed there on the top. Hethreer. Which is, I believe, basically PLA with 1 or 2 chemical additives. By the way, the Golden Potate, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Feel free to ask any questions, by the way, anytime. We're very question friendly around here. Paint some Warhammer already. Yeah, I know Hethreer wants me to. In fact, I need to since I've been doing more with oils. Because I have this guy ready to go. And this is a project that I've been needing to do for Hethreer for a little while. Like, he's gonna stab me if I don't get him this many painted and back to him here pretty soon. I can give you no better reason that I don't do commission painting anymore than how long it sometimes takes me. What is that? What could that be, Hethreer? I don't know. His wings are up here in this drawer, I think. Yeah, here they are. Something I gave you like 7 years ago? It feels like about that long. I don't know if that's totally accurate. Even better, it's Zenithal Primed Heresy on a cork. Actually, is there? I don't think there's any argument, even amongst the mega dork nerd factories of Warhammer 40k, that Sanguinius was guilty of or the purveyor of any form of what would later be considered heresy. He was pretty much the golden boy. Other than, you know, having wings, but that was, you know, like a blessing or something. Just about forgot a rung, because as far as I know, we've never painted any Warhammer on this stream. Am I mistaken? Can anyone think of an example of me actually painting something Warhammer on this stream? It's not that I haven't done it. I have painted Warhammer. I have plenty of painted Warhammer. I have a whole force of Iron Snakes right here above me. I've got some Death Guard and some Blood Pact out in my game room. But I'm pretty sure I did all that before I started streaming. Yes, there is Warhammer 40k stuff in my intro, but nothing that I've painted on the stream itself. Painted a Warhammer mech once. I did, yes, that is true. Completely different sort of Warhammer, but accurate. bit more down here. That feels pretty good. Right. Next guy. You know your commission schedule's an issue when there's an addition change between commission and delivery. Even for Warhammer, yeah, that's true. They change pretty quickly, but you still got about a year and a half, generally speaking. Under the worst of circumstances. This is the ultimate admission. I don't do commission painting because I fucking suck at it, as far as keeping deadlines and schedules go. But again, if you've been here on the stream, you know that by now. I try to put myself on some kind of a schedule. I try to keep myself somewhat regular. In fact, that's the whole reason that I started streaming on Twitch in the first place. Is so that I can have a schedule where I'm like, you know what, at least I'm sitting down 3 times a week and I'm working on stuff. And it has been wonderful for that. It has kept me regular as far as getting work done, which is why next month we're going to start figuring out exactly how much work I'm getting done. .23. Storm report is coming up in about 7 minutes. I'm going to try to finish this leather step. That will have been pretty good progress on 4 fresh new models for tonight. Hoping to get 1K of my Necrons painted by August 7th for a small tournament. At least they're Necron Sphere. You've got a good, striking, but fairly simple paint scheme. I think you'll be able to do that. How big is this game table of yours? I'm envisioning a huge Battletech/Alpha Strike battle like a cross between Kursk and Stalingrad. My gaming table is an 8x4. Sorry. Is it 8x6? I just forgot how wide my gaming table is. It's over 4. I think it might be 8x5. It's 8 feet long. And then I've got a little bit of extra room on the edges for when you lay down a 5-foot wide mat. Oh my god, yeah, why can't I think of that right now? I built the damn thing. Prune juice keeps me regular. A warrior's drink. I think we're at we need about 10 follows now. 10, 11, or 12. I can't remember offhand. 10! No, we need 10 follows, and we'll be doing a giveaway of our Thunderhead Studio dice, which I am excited about. The run of dice we got from Chessex are so nice looking, and we will be giving them out in pairs as a thank you to everybody who has participated in this stream over the course of its existence. Really looking forward to getting that giveaway going. May very well be one of the first things we wind up doing in August. I didn't say plural, did I? Please tell me I didn't. That doesn't sound like me. I only have the one studio. If I said studios, I blame Steel Warrior. He mislabels me all the time, and sometimes I go with it. Indeed, it is Thunderhead Studio. Maybe one day there will be multiple studios, and then will be Thunderhead Studios. I don't know exactly what my deciding factor will be to add the S, or if I ever will. Maybe it'll just be a meme. Who knows? I think that's about as far as I'm going to get tonight on these guys. We started off with them with just their base brown tone, which was an oil glaze of burnt umber oil paint. And we have gotten them up to about this point, which is not half bad. I think one more step on the leather, and then painting the metal and doing a few fine details, and these guys will be just about done. Walter's Workshop. The man, the myth, the consummate fucking troll. How you doing today, man? Live from the Thunder Shed. We don't call it a shed. It's a bunkhouse. I have a shed, that's not it. I've been talking with Steel Rebel, by the way, and we have been talking about doing a dual stream. I need to pick an actual mini for us to do, and then we're going to choose a date, but we've been talking about doing the Zorn palette, which is a very, very limited oiled palette. And actually, you know what, guys? If you have any suggestions for 3D printable figures out there, whether they be free on, like, Thingiverse or something that you can buy on, say, my Mini Factory, something that you would like to see Stila and I paint at the same time using our respective styles, using something like a limited palette, please feel free to suggest that on the Discord. I haven't picked out anything yet, but I'm very, very open to suggestions. Maybe it's just a mini that you like the look of that you don't think you'll ever paint, but you'd like to see someone work on it. Let me know what it is. Been lurking due to D&D tonight. At least you're getting some gameplay in there, Walter. All in all, pretty happy with how these guys are turning out so far, considering I only have a couple of steps left to go on them. Ooh, I do want to do a little extra blending on this fella. Now that I see it, I'm just going to take a... dry brush blend a little bit here. One of the things I love about oil painting is you can just come in with any old brush with nothing on it and blend out some of your brush strokes and highlights. Can I say the Falc's in a lame effort to get you to paint one? You know what, I'll do one of those anyway for you, Kursala. I don't know that that would be a great choice for this particular project, but I do have the one that you sent me. Speaking of which, thank you very much for the fuck flake in the last shipment. I wasn't expecting to get one, but I'm glad to have one now around my office. How am I going to get this ATST off its base so I can actually do the base? ATST breaks off the stand and falls into the pallet. I'm helping! You might have some Ewoks around the paint desk, my friend. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but it sounds like you might have some Ewoks. How about some Revelation stuff? It's an interesting idea. She doesn't normally paint things that are that small scale. I've been kind of thinking something more statuesque, something a bit larger. I have this 3D print that I did from Bella Noct recently that I've been meaning to get to the paint desk at some point. Her female Captain Hook, which printed wonderfully. I don't paint a lot of things in this style, but Bella is very, very talented at sculpting, and I desperately need her to teach me how she does some of these. Popsicle has some fun Judge Dredd proxies. That does sound promising. Like, this could be fun. This is a model that I have access to. If I'm gonna do this, though, all of my inspiration pictures are going to be Tim Curry from Muppet Treasure Island. Like, everything. I'm just gonna try to paint her as Tim Curry from Muppet Treasure Island. Damn you, Ewoks. It's every evening, White Wolf. Oh, look at that. It is about that time. Let me finish cleaning up my brush here and get it out of the way, so we can take a look at what you fine folk have been posting in the Storm Report channel. That's not a bad idea. Dread Bust, I could get on board with that. Because I want something that has both skin and hard surface. Because I paint a lot of hard surface, she paints a lot of skin. So we want something that's kind of 50-50. And a Dread would actually work, because he's got his helmet and then this specific part of his face that is so very iconic. Shift all you back a little bit on the paint desk, out of the way, so I don't slam my elbow into you and make a giant mess. That would be truly unfortunate. And see what folks have been posting to the Storm Report.
Alright, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's
Thankfully, fewer
Storm
these days.
Report. Brought to you
Fewer
by
atrocities.
viewers like you.
Let's suggest a bearded yell on Thingiverse. If you have something in particular you'd like to suggest, please feel free to go ahead and post it on the Discord so that I can take a look at it after I've had my wind down for the night. Let's have a look at what is being posted. My camera is up. Excellent. I'm glad to see that. I had turned it off last time. Here we have up first from Mafik, where it started. What? Lady D, about that weird fleshy pickle inside the jar with the label Cadu you gave me as a reward for cleaning your castle and carrying Duke's fat ass around. He's rocking like an old-style 90s phone here. And a couple months later. Don't worry, I can change my form back to normal, I'm just too lazy to do it. The horrible, horrible spider butt going on here. How it started versus how it's going. Mafik, you have a remarkable library of items in this particular line at this point. Warden can change different types of characters he likes to whenever he's going from another dimension, just slacking around or buying some stuff. Second note, you can ask me any questions since my world building can connect any timelines or dimensions, because Warden likes going to vacation to another world sometimes, including 40k stuff. Mafik, would you like an art channel on the Discord? Because you post a whole lot in our 2D showcase and work in progress, to the point that you could easily justify having your own channel if you'd like to post stuff there. Please let me know, because I will happily set one of those up for you. Here we have up next from Cav Tankerous Miniatures. We haven't seen anything out of you for a little while, Cav Tankerous. Oh, for that price, I'd rather find to get a 3D print and paint it myself. My nostalgia isn't shelling out that much. Holy shit, World of Warcraft Lich King Arthas, 26-inch premium statue, only $1,000. That can't be right. That can't be right. $1,000 for a 26-inch statue? Like, I promise you, even if you want specifically to print, yeah, like you say, for 3D printing, you could buy easily 4 printers capable of printing this for that much money and still have something left over to get resin with. And I promise you that there are 3D printable file sets of specifically Arthas as the Lich King with the crown of Ner'zhul and everything. I guarantee you there are files like that out there on, like, my mini factory. You could get for being generous and assuming that you want to buy the most premium file you can get, $50. $50 would be my estimate. How you doing, Fluke Skywalker? It's good to see you. Not any collectible, necessarily. Now, hold on. Well, this is a painted statue, right? Like, you don't have to paint this. You would just buy it and pull it out of the box and put it on your shelf. And I'm sure it's very nice. I'm sure it's made out of good materials. But even so, like, once you hit the $200 mark, it's 26 inches tall. Okay, so it's a good like that big. Maybe $400. That seems like the most I would be willing to pay for something like that, especially knowing that, I mean, the paint job can't be that good. Ugh. I don't know. I'm not, you know what, guys? I'm not really all that well versed in the world of, like, collectible statues. I know it's its whole own thing, and people don't necessarily want to do their own paint jobs on it. Still, $1,000 seems like a kick in the face to me, but not as much of a kick in the face as seeing Chaotic Harmony in chat. Chaotic, how are you doing tonight, my friend? It's collectible, so it can go for a stupid amount. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. All it has to be is limited edition, and it's going to go for a lot of money. Here we have from Roland, looking at some of these Clan Hell's horses. Oh, yeah. I knew you had a pretty good lineup at this point. I love seeing all the Metalcore collectibles figures in here. These big rat bastard tanks whose names I can never remember with their side sponsons on the turrets. We got the Albatross, VTOL over here. Plenty of the new Clan Invasion mechs all getting done up. Real nice looking Sledgehammer. Thank you so much, Metalcore Collectibles. By the way, folks, if you're curious about any of these really amazing tank or VTOL models, you can go ahead and hit !Metalcore in chat to get a link over to MCC's website. Even if you're not necessarily going to buy anything, if you're interested in Battletech or 6mm sci-fi of any kind, just take a few minutes and go browse the site. Take a look at the options. Don't buy anything necessarily. I'm not saying, you know, jump in there and fill your shopping cart, that you could do that too. Just take a look at what he has made, because they're honestly incredible. Honestly, everything that he has made is absolutely amazing. Everything fits really well, is more posable than it has any real right to be, and is more customizable than it has any right to be. Chaotic, I've got 2 plates of classic retro mechs on for you right now, man. I'm going to be sending you a whole box of Dugram Unseen Classics. Your RetroCon is in October, right? Yeah. I'm hoping people like it there, and I'm not gonna, like, I know you're gonna be, like, setting up an artist table and selling some stuff. I don't really make any money off of the Dugram sculpts, nor, if I'm being honest, do I want to, because all of the real design work that went into those files was done by artists, like classic Japanese artists that I have a huge amount of respect for, and I'm just imitating what they made. So if you want to take those and just, like, give them away as swag, like if somebody comes to the table and buys something, be like, here, have a couple of retro mechs too. That would be perfectly fine, man. And anything that you don't sell, or even just anything that you want to keep, that's yours. It's entirely yours, man. I'll tell you though, Roland, for clanners, I'm liking what I'm seeing here, man. Full binary with armored support. Wait, binary or trinary? Trinary, sorry. I had part of the chat covered up there. Let me adjust that slightly. There we go. Coming down here, we have from Heretic Scott. I got a brief glimpse at these earlier, and I'm very excited to take a look now. 3 more Chaos Marines of the Unbound are complete. Lots of experimenting with these 3. Hopefully the next batch will be completed faster now that I have a solid scheme down. I know that fantasy too. I tell myself I've figured it out. Everyone's going to be faster now, and then it just kind of never is. Mafik, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for contributing, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. I'm going to get you set up with an art channel in the 2D section. I'll ping you on Discord when that's done, because all your shit should be in one place at an absolute minimum, man. You have a fantastic day. I was going to say night, but I'm pretty sure it's daytime where you are. This is such a fucking great scheme. This whole set is really, really awesome, what you've done with the faces. I love this set of Chaos Marines, and I really, really like the composition of your blues up here with your real worn down rusty metals towards the feet. I really, really like this helmet in particular, with the corn skull with this kind of subtle weathering on it. Damn. And this is all, yeah, custom green stuff work that he's done to Square on these helmets to give them these unsettling faces. It reminds me of, what was the machine in Batman the Animated Series? What was the enforcement machine? Hardak? Was that what it was called? That name seems like that name is emerging from the fog of my memory, but I can't remember exactly. I feel like it was called Hardak. It reminds me of that. That single horrible staring eye with the vertical details. Yeah. He's a fucking gorgeous Scott. Absolutely gorgeous. I particularly like the work you did here on the flask. The fluid kind of sloshing just to one side. That's nicely done. Simple, effective, it reads as exactly what it should be. Loosely inspired by the Scorn from Destiny. I would not know anything about that. I've played a little bit of Destiny 2, and that was pretty much it. Love your choice of basing, by the way. This is a good example of simple basing using colors that help to... Your base, in my opinion, the base of any given model should... I look at it like a picture frame. You don't really want a picture frame, generally speaking, to be super duper ornate or super duper bright or super duper detailed, because it's going to draw attention away from the piece of art that it is framing. And I view miniature bases very much like picture frames. So you want it to enhance, you want it to complement, but you don't want it to draw attention. And I think that this is just about perfect. These colors that we have here, these very warm tones, complement and balance the cool tones you have at the top of the mini. So you have this interesting composition of cool down to warm with a lot of neutrals and warm tones in the middle. And then just the occasional little splash of brighter colors with the skulls. Really nice kind of division of the reds and the yellows. I love these minis, Heretic Scott, and I cannot wait to see the whole lot of them together. The green stuff work you've done on these little tabards that are hanging off is just fantastic. Just so cool. All in all, this project is coming together wonderfully, and I love following it. Heretic Scott, thank you so much for sharing this with us today. Forgot to add my cool new logo to the top. I know the feeling. It took me so long to get to a point where I just automatically go into GIMP and I add my logo to every picture now, which I don't know if that's gauche or not. I just do it. Look, man, if I'm going to brand something, I'm going to brand everything. Here we have from Machine God. Yeah, this is interesting. A new Super Heavy that I believe is going to be part of his Some Assembly Required Patreon. What is this? Was this from Mechasalt? I don't remember this, if it was. Or is it just something that he came up with? Either way, I hate it. I find it horrifying. It reminds me of some of the spider droids from the Clone Wars, with the sort of big, nasty, chonky stepper feet at the end of the spider legs. It looks like this is going to be multi-pose, because it looks like we've got ball joints in at the torso and then out at the end of the feet. If anyone wants to steal my work, they're in a lot of trouble. Machine God has really worked up his own particular style of greebling that I think serves him very, very well. And guys, yeah, if you're interested in any of these figures that you've seen from Machine God, he has a Patreon called Some Assembly Required. I think that's what it is. I should have a link to it that you could use a command for in chat. I don't right now, but if you go on Patreon, or even if somebody wanted to link his Patreon here in chat, he has a lot of BattleTech compatible figures in a variety of poses with really cool chunky details. So if you have a resin printer and you like BattleTech, I strongly advise you check out his Patreon. I'm having a moment where I feel like a memory that I blacked out is returning to me. Was Papa Roach actually in the soundtrack for Mechasalt 2? Or am I commingling because... am I mistaking the references and commingling my memory with, Psyops? Because Psyops had a really lame fucking soundtrack featuring, like, Cold or Puddle of Mud, or not Puddle of Mud, but it was one of those bands at the time. I remember they had a couple songs done just for the game. Cold, yeah, that was it. Thank you, Project Dark Fox. That's right, they had the song With My Mind on the soundtrack, and their music video had cutscenes from PsyOps. PsyOps, by the way, was a fucking cool game that did not get... That's right, it had Getting Away with Murder in it. I think I blacked that out. I think I blacked out the whole end of Mech Assault 2. God, the 2000s were weird, you guys. Ugh. PsyOps is an underappreciated game. The Mindgate Conspiracy? Was it called The Mindgate Conspiracy? It had a title like that. PsyOps was good, though. I wish that had gotten some sequels. It implemented a lot of cool gameplay features that we wouldn't see again until, Star Wars The Force Unleashed. I can't think of any game between PsyOps and Star Wars that did that style of telekinesis, where you would be aiming with one hand and then you'd be using your powers with the other, using the dual triggers and the two sticks. But it had some really, really cool stuff in it, as far as being able to, pick people up and move them around while also shooting your gun, and like hold crates in front of yourself as cover, or you could lift up something that you were standing on and like surf yourself around the room. You could mind control people and make them do stuff. You could remotely project to other rooms. PsyOps was a really, really neat game that never went anywhere, and that makes me sad. Because I acquired this track due to its nice use in a Madness Combat fan animation. Okay. Man, it's been a long time since I thought about either of those games. Here we have from Wombat Combat. The legs should be done now, just waiting to weather and hit the base with white dry brush until I finish the top half and assemble it. That's looking pretty nice. I really do dig the way this basing has come together. The red on this is much richer. Yes, Wombat Combat, this is showing huge improvements over the few tiny, I don't want to say issues. There were just improvements that could be made over that initial scheme you did on the Cataphrons, and you have taken all of that advice and holy shit, have you ever run with it. This is all showing improvement. The colors are much more defined, the sections are much more defined, the red is much more vibrant and saturated. I love the use of the greens to help set off the red. And you see what I mean when I was talking about temperature contrast. This little bit of green in here just does a lot for the human eye when you're taking in all this red and particularly gold, because it contrasts well with all of these colors. A little bit of green just helps you see everything a lot more clearly. Really nice work on this. I don't have any, considering where you started and where you are and where you're going, I don't have any particularly meaningful critique for this one, Wombat. I would just say keep up the good fucking work, and I would just remind you that first of all, less is more, particularly when it comes to weathering. And secondly, remember that it is easy to add more. It is very difficult to take away. So start small and then work up to a level that you're comfortable with. Really, really nice work though, Wombat Combat. And thank you for sharing. Here we have from Metalcore Collectibles, currently buried in restocking and bookkeeping from MCC. I've decided to do a little Throwback Thursday sort of thing. After all, I've been modeling for about 15 years now. I got a few things I can pick through. Really, 15 years, damn. Originally modeled in 2015, the Trebuchet was intended to be a true centerpiece mini for my Proxy War project, towering over even the Commander PCUs, armed with a pair of massive deployable artillery cannons whose recoil is powerful enough to force even something as large as the Trebuchet to adopt a brace stance thanks to support legs built into the Trebuchet's thighs. Much like the Torrent I modeled in 2014, the Trebuchet features a slew of parts and a wide range of posing and articulation consisting of 26 parts. Needless to say, this aspect of my designs would only become more prominent in the future. Yes, we know you have a sickness. Now this is pretty cool. The Tau figures, the more recently released mechs for the Tau and Warhammer 40k, interestingly enough, have adopted a similar kind of like narrow ankle thigh brace, where it looks like they walk around kind of on their spindly Tau mech legs and then they extend out braces when they're gonna fire their big guns. I like how it looks. Does the barrel fold and then unfold and lock into place, you absolute madman? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's insane. It took me a second. I'm like, wait, it has different guns. No, it doesn't. It just has an undeployed into deployed mode. I see. Drax, a very fine evening to you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that you should definitely go and give Drax01 a follow. The guy is an absolute institution here on Twitch. Fantastic painter, fantastic streamer, gets a lot of work done. One of the best streamers you can have on in the background while you're working on your models. Go give the man a follow if you haven't already. I need more of this. I need more of this raspberry cherry sour. It's way too good. It is way too good. This is a fucking cool design, though. I can definitely see how your style has evolved over the years, MCC. Here we have it broken down. This is one I plan to revisit at some point. No timeline for when that'll be, though. Look at it. It's like broken down into a 3D printable sprue, you lunatic. It's true, though. His insane granularity of design would only get more and more severe as time went on. What's amazing to me is that not only do you have it with the deployable weapons and the leg braces, but you have it such that you could, in theory, build it to work both ways and then deploy it outwards? It's like these pieces, they have little rotating pegs and everything. That's incredible. It's absolutely incredible work. And it's awesome to see some of your older work. Metalcore. Can we, by the way, pretty please, Project Dark Fox, would you drop a shout out for Drax if you don't mind? Probably wouldn't support itself without glue. Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, that'd be tricky to do with the ankle joints and everything. You'd kind of just have to choose one or the other and glue it that way. It just came from your natural desire to be friendly and welcoming, Heretic Scott. That random, unsolicited, misdirected howdy is part of why we love you so much. This is exciting. Walter's Workshop sharing the work that he has been doing on... This is the same game that I've been painting for, and I want you to take that in. I want you to take that in, and I want you to contemplate that. These little, like, men with swords and shields that are, like, painfully grounded and fairly realistic with arguably historically accurate armor on them is set in the same universe as this angry mutant ant man elf biomech monster. Yeah. It's one of the things I like about, and I know I've said this before on stream, it's one of the things that I really like about the setting of on some French toast. It does kind of look like French toast. He hasn't painted it yet. Give him a break, White Wolf. Amazing pose job on this, by the way, Walter's Workshop. I love the green stuff work that we have here in at the shoulders and at the elbows. I'd love to actually get a closer look from the other side of what you did with the neck here, because I know that this is a tricky joint. Love the work that you've done here with the joints and the knuckles. The aptly named Abomination. This is a fantastic figure that you've put together, and I cannot wait to see you paint it, Walter. Oh my god. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. One of the reasons that I love Conquest is that, like, one of the reasons I didn't like Age of Sigmar when it got started off is because there is no standard human faction. They did away with the human empire almost entirely. And you just end up with Stormcast Eternals. And when you know, you're in a fantasy universe and there's big crazy demons and monsters and this and that and dragons and blah, 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 giant orcs, like, it's less exciting to me when, yeah, there's big giant orcs and big giant monsters, but the humans fighting them are 9-foot tall supermen who are genetically enhanced and wield lightning hammers. I'm like, like, that works in 40k because those guys are balanced against the Imperial Guard. And also there's a whole lot of history there. But I think that Conquest works for me because so many of the factions are completely off the handle, are like really crazy high fantasy, like these biomech elves. And then you can also play as the human faction who are painfully grounded. They're just men with shields and swords. Because for me, I can look into this universe and I can imagine who I'd be in it. I can't look into Age of Sigmar and imagine who I'd be in it, because I'm not included. But if I look into Conquest, I'm like, oh, I'd be that poor son of a bitch with a sword and a shield if I was lucky, and I'd have to fight this fucking thing. This thing, which, by the way, a human-sized model would come up to about here. So we don't have any size reference on this, but yeah, one of the models I've been painting would come up to about right here. This guy is fucking huge. Gives you an underdog to root for. I mean, to be fair, I believe that the 100 Kingdoms in the lore, humans, if nothing else, wildly outpopulate almost every other faction. So that has to be worth something. At least my 8th iteration of this rant. Yeah, no, that's true, Drakari. As of recently, the humans are kind of coming back to Age of Sigmar, which is pretty cool. He's crawling out of a taco, an abomination taco. He doesn't like the fact that he was put into the latest Taco Bell value meal. He's going to show you exactly how displeased he is. Walter, this is some truly amazing work, and I cannot wait to see even a primer coat. Share when you get a primer coat put down on it, and then share when you're finished painting it. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how your pearlescent look that you've been doing on all of your... Because, I mean, guys, if you haven't checked out Walter's workshop, like, first of all, go follow his stream, because he has an amazing stream. Check out his Discord. Get on his fucking Instagram and look at the forces that he's done for the Spires in Conquest. Like, if nothing else sells you on getting into Conquest, the Spires will do it. And if there's any Spires paint job you need to see, it's the ones that Walter's Workshop has done. They're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Roland, I'm just gonna bounce right off that comment, bro. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, second con mech is done, based with some of Kursala's grassy meadow flock, along with sand and a few tufts. Gotta love the Davion scheme. Next up is an old Sunder sculpt that literally has no cockpit. First of all, loving the red, white, and blue. Damn, has your brushwork gotten a lot cleaner, Roland. Sorry, Chaotic Harmony. Oh my god, what am I doing? Really nice use of the flocking. By the way, guys, if you're curious about a lot of the products that Chaotic Harmony uses, and most of the acrylics that I'm using these days, you're going to want to hit ! Rainy River in chat and go check out the amazing paint sets and flocking sets available from Rainy River Designs, done by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd. They make high quality stuff, and if there's a particular color you're looking for, go ahead and ask them, because chances are you can send them a swatch and they'll see what they can do to add that to their lineup. That is, in fact, a Jaeger mech. Zalamix. Oh my god, the X after the M is gonna fuck me all up. I'm gonna call you Zala. How about that? How does that feel? I love the lensing that you've done on the cockpit glass, by the way. It's chunky but effective. All the highlights are in the right place. Very nicely done. This is a way to take kind of a janky sculpt and really make it work. I'm glad you don't mind. I struggle with names sometimes. I really like the way you've broken up the blue by using the silver on these hips and then here in the joints. Altogether, very, very nice work, Chaotic. Everything pops nicely. The lines are good and sharp for being freehand. Well done. Some of these old Battletech sculpts are a real challenge to make look good. But I'm digging this. Yeah. And good use of the tufts. Gonna get me back into Battletech, and I just bought Dominion. Oh no, Happy Heretic! Oh no, you're gonna get back into Battletech. You're so put 'em all. I have to play a game that I love. This is actually a very good place to ask that, Drax, and I'm curious what chat thinks. What do you think, chat? HBS Battletech, Rogue Tech, or Battletech Advanced? My vote's gonna go to BTA. Actually, Drax, Chaotic Harmony here now has voices and portraits in at least BTA. I think that he has... did your stuff get added to the community content pack, Chaotic? Yeah. I thought, yeah, you are in BTA. That's right. That's fucking awesome. You should, Project Dark Fox. Only because, like, that's one of those where I've played HBS Battletech so many times that I have to then mod it just because I'm like, I'm used to everything. I need something fresh. There is a good amount of overlap, Drax. In fact, I think both of them do a lot of the same things. In my opinion, from my experience, Rogue Tech adds in a lot of hyper granularity that, in my opinion, while accurate to the universe, doesn't add anything to the gameplay. and is more confusingly presented. I think BattleTech Advanced is a much more reasonable middle ground that'll present you with more options that are easier to wrap your head around without reading a fucking manual. Ooh, looks like we got some stuff from Sphere as well. Painted on this diorama piece during my 12-hour charity stream. Fell short of the goal for 1K, but raised $456 for the charity. Was a good day. Lots of paint, chatting, and giveaways. I am glad to hear that. You know, we set our goals high. We set our goals high because it's not necessarily meeting that goal. You set it high, and then you make that your ideal. Because even raising $500 for a charity is a huge fucking achievement, and just awesome, Sphere, particularly considering the amazing work that you did during it. What charity were you raising? I didn't get a chance to stop in to the 12-hour stream. I'd be curious what charity you were raising money for. These, by the way, are the Dwegham figures available for Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, the Dwarven faction, which, as I mentioned, is way over the top. Every faction is over the top except for the humans. The humans are painfully grounded, and everyone else is just wild high fantasy. Veterans charity? Oh, awesome, Sphere. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's one that we unfortunately need. That's the kind of charity I look at, and I'm like, I'm upset that we need it as much as we do, but at the same time, we do, and thank you so much for taking notice of it. I love the way you've been doing the fiery beards and lava effects on all these guys. Damn, Sphere. Damn. I like how his own beard and hair is leaving a bit of an OSL on his face. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? Your hair and beard actually being a light source? The whole world would look strange. That's what I'm concerned about. Things would look odd if my beard was actually fire. Yeah, that would be the strangest thing. Some of the Dwegham figures that are coming out, that new Drake that they showed with the big cannons mounted on either, oh my god. The Dwegham models are extreme and cool. This is a faction I don't think I'm ever gonna get because I'm way too interested in getting the Raptorks, the dinosaur-riding South American-themed orcs, when I get the chance. But it's a really neat faction and really well done, Sphere. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I'm glad to hear that your 12-hour stream was a success. Lahadrun, thank you. But also Raptorks will do just fine. Here we have, from Lore Friendly, Priming Day. For some reason, Amazon won't accept my calls anymore, though. Oh, it's a Prime joke. That took me a second. That's bad. Oh, Lore Friendly, that's terrible. Oh, no. Oh, it's good to see more of these green-themed AdMech coming together for your league that you've been playing. Okay, I get it now. Now I'm seeing more and more of these figures. You're just using the bases, like, you're gonna paint them like this and then transfer them to their bases. I understand why they wind up half off. I was just very confused by one of the ones with the transuranic arquebus the first time I saw it. I'm glad that over the course of posting these, you've come up with a good, solid way to replicate this scheme quickly, man, because it's one of my favorite schemes that I've seen for AdMech, and I look forward to seeing the green go down on these guys, too. Here we have, from the POV 42, Work in Progress 1, Desert Bus Mech number 2. Have to find some way of better differentiating the light red from the dark red on my second pass. They're too close in tone at the moment, I think, but I'm proud of the freedom. Still the metallics and washes and other detailing to do. Plenty of time to get it up to snuff. Alright. So this is meant to be dark red, this bar here, I think? And then this is meant to be a lighter red, yeah? That's tricky. Differentiating two different tones of red from one another is definitely tricky. One thing you can do, because there are broadly two directions you can go when it comes to highlighting red. One direction is orange and the other direction is pink. Essentially adding either yellow for a more saturated highlight, or adding white for a desaturated highlight. even leaving the dark red as it is, if you came in with oranges to the light red to bring it more or up towards yellow or orange, that might work. Purple versus green shadow, that could work. That would really help your shadows contrast. That's a tricky question though, POV. Differentiating two tones of the same color on a piece like this. I love the freehand, by the way. I would go much, much darker with your dark red to start, and then consider mixing in some oranges or yellows for your highlights on the light red. Like, take the dark red almost to black, so that your highest highlight on the dark red is a true red, like a blood red, and then the highest highlight on your light red is either a pink or an orange. That could work. And then, I think, as Nanotank said, that's a good idea. Differentiate your shadows using some washes. Green and purple contrast wonderfully, and would both make good shadows for red. It's an interesting scheme, though, and the freehand looks wonderful, I have to say. Yeah, the dark red bar on the right. You want to take it real dark. Real dark. And yeah, I would highlight, to get into this red, I would be mixing in yellows or oranges, I think. Kind of look at like Wild Rider Red from Citadel. I wouldn't necessarily get that color. There are equivalents of that in almost every model range. But Wild Rider Red is the color of red you might want to shoot for. I've also found a good strategy for painting red is, we're tempted when we paint minis to just stick to the same process, which a lot of the time is paint your darkest color and then highlight up from that. Go up, 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 up. With red, something I like to do because it's so easy to wind up with something that isn't red, start with your highest red. Start with the brightest color that you want on a given space, and then shade down to an almost black red. Go in the opposite direction. Work into your shadows. And that way you can keep your true reds nice and bright. But I'll be very interested to see where you land with that one, POV, and I hope that some of those thoughts have been at least marginally helpful. But that is definitely a tricky one. Here we have from Roland again. Working on that Merrick Awesome, I see. You know I love seeing some purple in there. I really dig this kind of ocean blue-green that we have in here on the arms. Kind of balancing out the purple, interestingly. I like this base green, too. Orange and magenta? Yeah, I can see that. So which Merrick color scheme is this? It's not one that I'm necessarily familiar with. It's a Free Worlds League scheme. And I'm curious if this is a homebrew, Roland, or if this is a particular unit. I see we're back to having our Mountain Dew. We were doing so well, too. I do love the look of this new Marauder. It's a nice looking figure. Considering its origins, yeah. The Apex Dragoons. Okay. Not one that I'm familiar with. I love your choice of purple, though. It's sort of a cooler purple. You might almost consider... You could still lean that into a warmer purple, like a magenta, almost up to a pink, which, since you're using a green, would contrast... Like, it looks good now, but you could get a really nice temperature contrast in there, since most of your colors are fairly cool at the moment. A little bit of warmth would go a long way, I feel like. But that looks like you've got some coming in here with this kind of yellow-green on the side, but don't have a good angle on. Well, I am looking forward to seeing where that awesome winds up, Roland. Nicely done. Yeah, I agree. The green and the purple do work particularly well together. Here we have from Vergaderung, still batch painting some Skitari, so not much visible progress. But my mom asked if I could make a replacement bottom for her old out-of-production hummingbird feeder. I took a couple of measurements. The first try worked perfectly. Isn't that a good feeling? Getting good enough at parametric modeling that you can just take the measurements that you need and just so. Make a lid or an adapter or a mounting bracket. This is the practical side of 3D printing that I love having access to. Nicely done, Bird. Something, something, something food safe, but it's hummingbirds. I don't think they're gonna care. Actually like the color better too. Orange is nice. Ion Raptor working on some urban bases to replace those flat ones I've been painting. These should look much better with 10 of them. Should be able to get a lot of variation between mirroring and just rotating them around. Ooh, those are looking nice. Lots of good detail on them. Let's get just a flat render of the sculpted in details here. Oh yeah, Raptor. Very effective. It looks like you'd be able to do these in on FDM as well. You wouldn't even have to do these on a resin printer, which is nice. I prefer doing bases in FDM when I'm able to, but you just hit a sitting. It works well at 6mm when your details can be fairly chunky. As soon as you get up to wanting to do something more detailed in like 28mm scale, I haven't found many ways to avoid veering into resin printing. This is a damn nice set. I would love to print some of these up once you get them all nailed down and perfected. Ion Raptor, another individual right here on Twitch that you should be following if you are not already. He does so much 3D sculpting on stream, it's kind of disgusting. We only do one day a week. He does every single time that he's on. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, took 2 interesting Brigador-themed sketch commissions. I need to finish Brigador. I've played some of it. It's a fucking awesome game. Among all the other commissions I took, here's one of them, the NEP Loyalist Hess A-Grab with a pair of Koenig autocannons, which may be alluding to the real-life Gao 8 according to the description in-game. There's so many neat designs. So many really, really cool designs in Brigador. I like the way the story's presented, too. It's very obtuse. It just drops little hints as you go through. Look at that. Look at that brutal son of a bitch. I like the big struts connected to the weapon mounts. Like they're just kind of stapled on there almost. Nicely done, Project Dark Fox. Project Dark Fox, by the way, has his own excellent art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord and definitely takes commissions if you're interested in getting PDF to work up something for you. Go check it out. Go ask. Because chances are, if you're looking for something particularly hard-surfaced, mecha, or alternatively, quite possibly a furry, it's an interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say it's an interesting division. We got mechs, we got furries. I mean, you know, I don't know what this Venn diagram looks like exactly, but it's got to have crossover somewhere, right? Your commissions are closed right now. Well, all right, you got a lot to do then, PDF. Made croak, monsieur, and tomato bisque on my monthly channel point goal cooking stream. Ooh, that looks nice. The bisque in particular looks, ooh. How close am I to eating right now? Pretty close, I think. That's good. That's goddamn good. It's a croaky. We don't learn here, Kursala. It was entirely luck. Gotta get more of this. It's delicious. Well, that is a lovely, lovely looking meal. And very clever, by the way. Managing to have like a special edition stream where you do cooking, because at the end of it you just get to enjoy a delicious meal. Very clever, Wombat Combat. I'm keen to your game. Thank you for sharing that with us today. Here we have from Shuey, painted these menhirs for the Tainted Grail board game. My friends and I are going to start playing soon. I primed black plus zenithal white plus white dry brush over the whole thing. I've started that way myself a number of times. Then went in with a myriad of oil paints, pulled off paint from the edges with makeup sponges. Really happy with the atmosphere these things have with the paint job. Working on the player character models now. This makes sense as a painting technique. It's essentially a quick form of value sketching and then filtering. And it makes sense that it would work well with oil paints. Because yeah, this is an exceedingly simple way to do this. And it's so effective. It looks like you didn't even really use that many colors. Like a red and an orange, or a red and a yellow, and then a blue and maybe some green? Maybe? I'd be curious specifically which colors you used, Chewy, because I'm going to estimate it's 4. I'm going to estimate 4, and I feel like I might be overdoing it. It could be 3. That's lovely work, though. It goes to show how versatile oil painting really is. I got off on a real big value sketching kick. Really? Okay, Chewy. I'd be interested in knowing which all ones you ended up mixing together for this. I got off on a big value sketching kick a couple of years ago, and it taught me so much just about painting. I still kind of veer back into it sometimes, but doing like all of your pre-shading. I thought about doing this on some simple figures, and I'm glad to see somebody else utilizing this technique. This looks really nice, Chewy. I feel like you just want to make sure you use, just, you know, test your paints and use ones that are going to stain really well. White, yellow, red, teal, blue, purple, and green. Okay, so still not that many, comparatively speaking. Compared to if you were to do this, say, for instance, in acrylics, it'd be a fair few more. Really lovely work, though. Damn, look at that. Particularly considering how simple the process is. Just, like, I love deep artistic painting as much as the next guy, but at the end of the day, I'm making game figures, man. And I need something that's going to be simple and straightforward. So, Chewy, it is fantastic to see somebody utilizing these simple techniques with oil paints to yield good-looking board game figures. Damn, that looks nice. Chewy, you're a fantastic painter. I know I've said this before, but your work always impresses me. I love the purples and the greens worked in, particularly around here. Very nicely done. Not at all, Chewy. Thank you for sharing. Here we have from Kursala. Got a few good test prints for the Cyclops tanks. They're painted. It's going to be a while till they're dry enough to take pictures. Yeah, get us some pictures with a nice matte clear coat on them, not too shiny or nothing. Really liking the look of this guy. He's a nasty, brutal little gun truck, isn't he? I say truck. He's a 3-axle. Really continue to love this sort of divided round missile launcher that you developed for that initial tank. I would love to see this design evolve into more, which I suspect that we will here pretty soon. But the launchers are crooked, are they? No, they're not, are they? I'm not seeing it. There's enough room for at least 4 fully armed soldiers in there. At least 4! It's a damn good looking design. And I cannot wait to see. Yeah, and it's difficult to tell. These are very, very small. These are very, very small. We're definitely gonna, like, you can only tell because of the wood grain on this. But it's gonna be wonderful to see these next to some more figures. The angled boxes aren't at the same angle. Oh, I see. Yeah, this one is a bit steeper than this one. No, okay. You might give MCC an aneurysm with that sort of thing. Yeah, but I look at it and I think they don't need to be at the same angle. You don't want them at the same angle. You want this one to fire at a much steeper angle than this one, otherwise your missiles are liable to hit the other launcher. For God's sake, Metalcore, come on! These are real tanks that have to conform to real physics, damn it! They're not fantasy tanks and some... Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. No, never mind. Let's see what we got next. Oh, here we have from White Wolf for Setup Sunday. They screwed up my pizza edition. Wise man say forgiveness is divine. You'll never pay full price for late pizza. Got a few things on the desk, that's for sure. Alternating work between the A10 Conquest 100 Kingdoms crossbowmen as well as household knights, the Zaku 1 sniper resin conversion, and of course MG Wing 0 Endless Waltz version making its way into things. Painting area seeing some tidying up. We'll have stuff actually being painted soon too. White Wolf, I always thank you for these. If only because they make me feel a little more normal for how many projects I'm trying to juggle at any given time. But we over here at Thunderhead Studio are trying to rectify that at the moment by focusing on one thing at a time until we finish it, damn it. And I'm sure that'll last until maybe the end of this project, and then I'll abandon it completely. I don't know, we'll see. There's a lot of projects, though. I need a little sprue rack like this. It's very cool and an excellent idea. Shit, I could 3D print something like that. It's the thought I have all too often these days. I look at a thing and I can 3D print that. Why would I buy that? I can 3D print that. Why should I buy something for a few dollars when I can spend 20 hours of my own time engineering a prototype that I'll then have to re-engineer when the first version doesn't work? You know? It's the classic DIYer's dilemma. Why pay for something when I could spend twice as much to do it myself? Oh, damn good-looking desk, though, White Wolf. I'm liking that the shelf hasn't become completely filled yet. That's always a good sign. But that will bring us to the end of the storm reports, and as you may have guessed, the end of tonight's stream. No, my cameras, oh god, oh what have we done? It's terrible. There we go. Can you suggest a streamer? Please do. You know, it's funny. I normally finish later than this because I usually... Let's look at the clock. I usually start the storm report about 20 minutes later than this. Than I did tonight. So as it turns out, if I start things at the time that I say I'm going to start them, we can get done with them in a reasonable period of time. We're learning lessons I'm not entirely sure that I'm comfortable with tonight. Millennial Model Mayhem doing his second stream ever tonight, currently painting some Dark Eldar. White Wolf, I'm going to take your recommendation. I've never seen this streamer, guys, and I don't normally raid into a stream that I have not been to, but I'm going to trust White Wolf as one of our regulars. Don't take this for granted. I am not going to do this for basically anyone else ever until the next time that I do it. Alright, let's see here. Millennial Model Mayhem. Did I spell that right? No, I didn't. That would be embarrassing. There's 2 N's in Millennial. 2 L's, 2 N's. Millennial Model Mayhem. Let's see if that works. Millennial Model Mayhem. Boom! Oh my god, it's working. Fiaz, I'm glad that you had fun, man. We usually have a good time here. Oh, guys, thank you. Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. It's always a pleasure to see you guys in chat. You make it such an absolute pleasure to hit the button and to start the stream and to get some work done, keeping me relatively on task even as I work on way too many projects. I should be subscribing to you, not the other way around. Y'all are out of control. Fiaz, again, I'm glad that you had a good time, man. I hope to see you in chat again. We stream 3 times a week. Pretty damn regularly. Speaking of 3 times a week, we will be back. Tuesday, July the 27th, we'll be doing some more of what we did tonight, working on our Conquest figures and oil paints. Thursday, the 29th, we will be back doing some 3D design. Asri, always a pleasure to see you in chat. We'll be doing some 3D design, working on our Trenchy that Project Dark Fox designed up for us. Saturday, the 31st, we're going to be having our movie night on the Discord. There will be more news for that on the Discord. Hanatic Mom, it is always a pleasure to see you. Sunday, TBD, depends on how far we get on our Conquest oils. A huge thank you, as always, to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report, and, of course, to my amazing mod team that make all of this possible. I'm going to go get something to eat, make some noise, and I'll see you guys next time. Until then, keep on painting.